Hey everyone, I would love to officially welcome everyone to the 2021 CPO Mastery Conference. My name is Mo, and I am the CEO and founder at Product Faculty, and I'm going to be your host for the day. The premise of this conference is simple. If you want to be the best, you have to learn from the best. And we have lined up some of the top product thinkers and visionaries to share their hard-earned insights from the trenches. Before we get into the conference, let me just share the story of why I started Product Faculty. About 5 years ago, I was the lead PM instructor and curriculum designer at another popular training school. In parallel to that, I was also the product lead working at North America's largest retailer to help them launch and scale their online grocery business. Over 3 years, we scaled this business from $40 million to well over $1 billion in sales. And I was at this point that I realized that there was a big gap in the product management training realm. And that gap was that most PM training was geared at helping you get your first role. But there was nothing really to help experienced product leaders master their craft and get answers to their toughest questions. And that's why I started Product Faculty, because I wanted to help mid-career product leaders help them improve their craft. And we've had some phenomenal success. Let me share some of that with you. Product Faculty has been ranked the #1 program for experienced PMs on many course review sites, including SwitchUps, Google reviews, course reports, and we're also featured on the Financial Times. I believe we've been able to get this #1 ranking because we realize that product management is evolving and it's becoming more specialized. And you can no longer have one instructor teach everything from discovery to experimentation to product leadership, growth, strategy. We believe that the only way to do this successfully is to have a multi-instructor model where the world's top operators teach the different modules with the deep expertise and the hard-earned insights that they've gathered. We also believe that coaching is paramount because product management is very different if you are a B2B, a B2C, a B2B2C, a fintech, health tech. I can go on. Depending on the type of product manager you are, it's really, really different. And some of these differences can only be captured through human one-on-one conversations, not through getting answers through a forum. If you are a mid-career product manager or product leader looking to level up your craft or level up your entire team so everyone knows what good looks like, feel free to reach out to us about our upcoming cohort or customized training for your team. Without any further ado, I'm excited to announce our next speaker, Bradley Horowitz, who is the VP of Product at Google. Bradley, would love to have you on stage. Welcome, everyone, to our next talk as part of CPO Mastery Conference. We're thrilled to be joined by Bradley Horowitz, who is the VP of Product at Google. Over the last decade, Bradley has built some of the most successful products at Google, including Gmail, Google Docs, Google Voice, Google News, Photos, and many others. Our topic today will focus on innovation at scale, and we'll go over 3 themes: the core PM skill set, some essential elements in innovation at scale, and we'll end with some career advice for product managers. Bradley, welcome. It's wonderful to have you here.
Thanks so much. It's so great to be with you.
Awesome. I'd love to kick it off by learning a little bit about your current role. Could you give us a brief snapshot of the scope and of your scope and mandate at Google?
So you introduced me as the VP of Product at Google. I am a VP of Product at Google. We could probably fill a small auditorium with the VPs of Product at Google. And over the years, I've looked after many products, some of them you mentioned. But presently, I'm an advisor to Google. So I've stepped out of an operational role where I had a team and a mandate and a set of products. And I did that for about a decade at Google. And more recently, I'm an advisor. So I'm at large and helping Google in any way they ask, specifically around innovation lately. I do a lot of mentoring and sort of citizenship type things for Google, but where my passion lies is really around innovation. And one of the last things I did as an operator at Google was launch an internal incubator called Area 120. And I'm still quite attached to that. and help out quite a lot with the operations and philosophy around that effort.
Amazing. I've met some Area 120 founders, and and they mentioned that your work with you was awesome. That's great. Let's get into the core PM skill set. You've had the opportunity to hire and develop many product managers. What sets apart the strongest PMs from the rest?
It's a great question, and so important, because hiring is, one of the most powerful levers we have as leaders. To bring in the right people makes all of the difference. So of course, there's sort of the baseline, table stakes type stuff around intelligence and diligence and ethics and work ethic and all of that stuff. So we'll sort of put that aside and say, that's not the easy part. That's hard too. But once you find candidates that sort of clear that bar, you ask the question, what sets apart the very best from the rest of the cohort? Some things that come to mind for me, one is the ability to thrive in chaos. And that's not that they like chaos or enjoy chaos, that would be a problem, but any product effort, especially one that is just launching, the sort of 0 to 1 effort, is going to step into many, many unknowns. And there are some people for whom that is an overwhelming experience, and there are others who thrive and just love putting structure together, that bootstrapping phase of sort of building something from literally nothing. And so finding people who are great at that and enjoy that is essential. I often find if they have experience in sort of non-technical domains, like working in a restaurant is chaos. If you've ever sort of worked in where you literally have flames and knives and, a scenario where there's like this very active chaos and time pressure, people need their food and it needs to be hot. And, like that environment is not unlike some of the parallel pressures we experience building products. And so people who've sort of demonstrated they can do that, I'm not out recruiting at restaurants, but people with a background that might be more than just tech and sort of demonstrates that they can thrive in high pressure, chaotic situations, that's a plus for me. Couple other things is leadership. For a lot of these 0 to 1 efforts, you're going to be convincing others to sort of follow you into the unknown. And you have to be honest with them and authentic and basically say, we don't know the answer and I don't have all the answers, but let's take a trip. I can see 5 inches in front of us. And I know that the effort we make, sort of that first step, is going to provide insight. And then we'll decide, are we headed in the right direction? Do we need to 180 back there or pivot 15 degrees? And some people have this ability to sort of inspire others to take that journey with them. And I think PMs, because it's such a matrixed role and you've got to sort of bring along organizations with you, that kind of leadership is also something that I look for. Just a few more qualities, and I won't get into them quite as deeply, but empathy, being able to sort of see the customer's perspective, the user's perspective, the partner's perspective, really sort of imbibe the people that we're serving and see the product and the effort from that perspective is important. Another one that is, overlooked, I think, too much is the ability to see with fresh eyes. I mean, one of the great values about a new hire is they haven't yet learned the acronyms, drunk the Kool-Aid, sort of, gotten dyed in all of the baggage and philosophy and history of the product. They just come here and see, oh, that doesn't make sense. That's broken. And, those of us who've been here, like, we know the backstory. Oh, it's like that because, this organization didn't, and we couldn't, and we tried. And, there's layers and layers of history around every, failure in the product. But those with fresh eyes can sort of come and just basically call it like they see it. And the ability to sort of, clear your brain of all of the legacy and all of the baggage and all of the excuses and sort of reapproach your product with fresh perspective is something I really, really value. And of course, you get that from new hires, but the best PMs amongst us can sort of wipe their history clean and reapproach the product again from that fresh perspective. The final thing I want to add, which is, again, sort of in the category of minimum viable hire, but attitude makes all the difference. There are some people for whom everything is a crisis and it becomes a drag, and it's sort of like their attitude towards problems just makes working with them hard. And there are other people where it's an adventure, and it's sort of like when you're on that road trip with a friend and you get a flat tire. Sometimes, like for some people, it'll just be a drag, like, oh my God, I can't believe this happens. There are other people for whom it's an adventure, and you're going to tell the story of the flat tire for the rest of your life to your grandkids. And, those are the people that I prefer working with. And so that sort of ability to thrive under chaos and take it all in stride and do excellent work, but still have a sense of humor and a great attitude about it. This is, I think, what separates the very best from the merely great.
Awesome. Those are five great points. Thanks for that, Bradley. Aside from solving immediate customer needs, product managers are also innovating on where their product should be heading in the future. How can PMs develop their long-term thinking skill set? How can PMs pick up on these key trends?
So I like to think of that skill as sort of like the ability to write science fiction. This is sort of what science fiction does. Like, imagine a world where, and then you fill in the blank with some crazy proposition, but you don't just stop there. You sort of play it out and say, what would that world look like? And, an example I think that is a good one is Gmail. Imagine a world where you had infinite storage, where you didn't have to delete or curate emails and sort of manually drag them and file them. I think very few of the attendees of this conference will be old enough to remember this, but there was a time when you would get a dozen emails a day, and your job was to read every one and manually sort of, file them away, and you'd open it up tomorrow and there'd be 12 new ones. And that was the way email worked. And quickly it became evident that that was changing, and we were all going to receive many more emails than we could possibly organize or file, and possibly even read. And so email had to evolve into a world where, what if you could just store everything and not have to sort of deal with deleting them, managing to a fixed, resource size. And that's the kind of extrapolation. And you can do that along very different dimensions. You could say, imagine a world of infinite bandwidth. What would that look like? And how can we sort of build to that world? You could say, imagine a world where you could execute retail stock trades with no fee, and that's Robinhood. You can sort of do these sort of things which start out being science fiction, but eventually converge towards reality and truth. And so I think that's a great exercise to sort of get out of the present, is pick various constraints that we have all, again, taken for granted, that the box that we live in is sort of the world as it is, and ask, what if we relax that constraint? We had infinite compute cycles, or infinite bandwidth, or infinite storage, or the economics changed radically. Like, what could we do then? And I think that's a great way to sort of reintroduce vision and ambition in your product.
That's a really great advice. Look for those boxes and edges and imagine they didn't exist. What would happen in the future?
Exactly. And sometimes they happen. I mean, one that we would never wish on the world, but imagine we all had to socially distance and everything became online interaction. Sometimes science fiction happens and we've lived it. We've been in a Black Mirror episode for the last year. And I think you've seen that in terms of technology, it was a 10-year accelerator in terms of certain technologies. Things like distance learning and conferences and e-commerce had a huge acceleration during that period. It's fascinating because I teach a course at Cornell Tech with a friend, Chad Dickerson, and we have a module on risks. And, we talk about the various macro level risks, everything from war to pandemic that can happen. And for 2 years, we actually had a picture of a virus that looks a little bit like the coronavirus on the slide. And this year we got around to that and said, that's no longer a risk, that's a reality. And, so those kinds of things can happen, and the best companies and the best technologies adapt and adjust.
Amazing. This leads right into our next section on innovation at scale. So, large traditional enterprises understand the importance of innovation, but often fail at it. Google has been able to launch multiple category defining products almost in a repeatable, successful way. What can large enterprises learn from Google?
So I do think that Google is a unique experiment in history. And, there are other companies like Amazon and Apple and Facebook that sort of operate at Google scale, but it's a little dangerous to fetishize these companies and sort of try to emulate them. It'd be like wearing the black turtleneck for Steve Jobs. You're sort of getting the trappings, but not getting some of the other values. So I want to be a little careful about prescribing things. I do think that Google has done a really good job of being ambitious. And that's one of the things that I certainly learned coming from a previous career at Yahoo, which at the time, it's hard for people to remember this, it was a wonderful company. I learned a lot. I have nothing but love for my experience there. But when I came to Google, the ambition was so much greater. They weren't looking for a good quarter or a product that sort of grew up and to the right. Every product did that. That was just the internet at the time. Everything was up and to the right. That just wasn't interesting to the founders. They wanted to do things that were really profound, deeply disruptive, really meaningful. And I think, Larry and Sergey from the beginning, the failure mode they were concerned with was not missing this quarter's numbers or something like that. It was becoming boring and just a giant cash machine, like not to pick on a company, but IBM, where they were huge but not particularly innovative or interesting or exciting. And so they really set in motion this culture where what is rewarded is ambition. And the kinds of pitches that Larry and Sergey taught us to do and that they liked, for Google Photos, for instance, would be to come in with some crazy idea, like, what if we gave everyone a camera? And, you'd have to have a rationale for that. Like, I've done the math. Turns out there's only 7 billion people on the planet. I think we can get the cost of goods down to $100. And I built out the model and we'll start small and, it'll work this way. Now you had their attention. They'd look up from their laptops and actually pay attention when you were doing crazy talk, like, let's give everyone a camera. Now, again, you had to have the underlying theory of how this was all going to play out. You couldn't actually do that without a plan. But that was the kind of thing that got their attention. And if you look at what Google's done with things like Google X, these are not innovations that are features or even companies. They're reinventing entirely new industries. Like, let's rethink transportation or rethink life sciences or rethink retail or telecom in light of what Google can bring to the problem. And so that's the kind of ambition I'm talking about. The really moonshots is sort of the term of art that people use to describe those. And I think that's what's kept Google exciting. The only other thing I'll say is, and I think we'll talk about this more, is that while we all celebrate innovation, I think there are many micro innovations or simply optimizations of existing products that are under celebrated. If you take something like Google Ads and you can move that 1%, that's incredible. The sort of output of that effort might dwarf a new product in a new area for many years anyways. So, there are a lot of things about optimizing and innovating within the framework of existing successful businesses, which go under celebrated. And I think that needs to change.
Awesome. Digging into that a bit more, is there any consequences of having a vision that's too big? If other companies are trying to follow it, and you said don't follow it blindly, but if other companies are trying to adopt this, is there any downside of being this bold?
Oh, for sure. And I think, the bigger they come, the harder they fall. That's one of them, is sort of, we have epic successes. We also have epic failures. And, you have to be willing to absorb those. That's part of the process. Another thing I would say, a lot of students that I mentor ask me, should I go to a big company or a startup? And I often, start asking them questions, which usually start with, what's your risk profile? Do you have a mortgage? Do you have a family? Are you sending money home? Like, The ability to fail at scale is a privilege, and so companies like people have to ask themselves, does this match my risk profile? Can we afford to fail in this way or innovate in this way? What is our approach towards how much risk we can absorb? Because while we celebrate the successes, they come at a cost, and Google's successes too are part of a portfolio approach towards trying new things. We feed the winners, we celebrate the winners, they become thriving businesses, but we also have a portfolio of efforts that didn't make it over the line. And I think, companies and individuals have to think that way about a risk portfolio and do what makes sense for them.
Amazing. So launching a new business and scaling it to 10, 100, or even a billion users can take a very long time. And you've worked on many category defining products from scratch. How have you kept the teams motivated around the product vision?
It's a great question. And I think, first of all, to keep them motivated around the product vision, you have to have a product vision, and you have to instill that product vision. You have to be able to answer the question, why are we doing this? And the answer has to be something that's inspiring. It can't be to make the company money or to clock another day at work or so that I can get promoted. Those are not product visions. Those are personal agendas or corporate agendas that may be fine, but they're certainly not inspiring. So you really have to take a step back and ask, why are we building this product? And hopefully you have great answers to that, like to democratize learning or to make information universally available and accessible. So those are things that are durable product visions that you can keep referring back to inspire people. Back to my point about optimizations of existing products, it's often easier to inspire people, on a 0 to 1 basis, and harder when they're coming in year 10 of a product that's already successful and reached 1 billion users. How do you get them motivated? And some of the things that come to mind for that are geography. So the product might be big in Japan and you're trying to take it to the rest of the world, or just the opposite, like the Japanese users haven't yet discovered this product. How do we make it relevant for them and expose them to it? Another one is scale. Like a product may have early signs of success and your job might be to scale it. An example of a near miss and recovery is like the Twitter fail whale. There was a time, those of us old enough remember, when you'd go to Twitter and you'd get the fail whale, and they did a fantastic job of re-architecting that product to scale. And what an amazing effort. It wasn't the founding of Twitter, but it was that critical moment where if we don't throw all hands on deck and get this product to scale, we're in an existential crisis. Another example is spam and abuse. So a product can have great early adoption. I would say Twitter, again, in the early days, it was just a bunch of Silicon Valley folks tweeting at each other. And then suddenly it became popular. And, along with that popularity came the trolls and the abusers and the bad content. Honestly, a problem they're still dealing with. But, that's another sort of chasm products have to cross, and a sort of all hands on deck effort to sort of figure out, how do we live in a world with malevolent actors and people who are exploiting the system, not just using the system. And there's many such efforts like this along a product's journey. Another one is monetization. For products at Google, we can sort of late bind to a monetization strategy. We can actually grow the product, and now that it's successful, we can think about what is a way that we can monetize this that is in the user's interest. And that's a late binding. Other companies don't have the luxury of sort of doing that later in the process, and they have to think about how to incorporate that in the early going. But the point is, it's not all about innovation in 0 to 1. There are these problems through a company's life cycle that emerge. And I think it can be really inspiring for a person who lands on year 10 and says, I've got the advantage of reach and audience. I've got, 1 billion monthly active users of this product, but boy, do we have problems. Boy, do we have debt. Boy, do we have legacy. And boy, do we have opportunity to go solve those in innovative ways.
Oh, this is amazing. Thanks. You can write a book on. I'm sure you are probably working on that.
I'm not much of a book writer. If you want to ghostwrite it for me, I'm happy to talk.
My hand is up. Let's talk about that. So many companies struggle with alignment and making sure everyone's pointing in the same direction. You've managed teams of 1,000+ employees. What are some best practices of making sure that people are aligned?
Well, communication, obviously. I mean, I think it's become even more important in the current COVID environment. There's a quote that I first heard from Jonathan Rosenberg, and I'm sure he heard it from Bill Campbell, and I'm sure he heard it from Andy Grove. This goes back, but it's repetition does not spoil the prayer. And as I mentioned before, first you have to have a vision, and then you need to communicate that vision, and then you need to communicate it again and again and again. And so, this isn't something where you tack it on the wall or post it to the internal, corporate website or tweet it or, and then forget it. This has to be lived and embodied and referenced on a daily, hourly, moment-to-moment basis. And so as a leader, the things that I think you most need to do are really embody the values that you want to see in your organization and in your culture. And honestly, it's the little things. It's not, the all hands sort of statement. It's how you show up at work every day. And some examples about that I think are important and I try to practice. One is punctuality. Like if we have a meeting at 10, I try to be there at 10, no later than 10. And I try to set the expectation amongst my team and my staff that we start meetings on time. And the reason to do that is not to be a control freak. It's because time is the one thing none of us have. They're not, printing any more moments. We have a finite amount of time, and respect for time is a value I want to instill in the team. And so that goes with getting to the meeting on time, making sure that no one is extraneous to the meeting, and wasting an hour or half hour of their time, ending the meeting when we're done. Just because we booked a half hour on calendar, if we're done at 18 minutes, there's 12 minutes people can go, be productive with, or if they need to, take a walk, have a drink, whatever refreshes them for the next effort, but sort of showing that time is our scarce resource here, and we're going to respect it and honor it and respect each other's time. Another example sort of related to meetings is inclusivity. And, people talk about that in terms of hiring and DEI and things like that. That's all important and great. But how about in practice at meetings? Are you looking around and saying, John, you haven't said anything. Mary, would you like to contribute? Especially people that are introverted or shy or hesitant. Meetings, as we know, tend to be dominated by the same loud voices every time. And creating a culture where it's not tolerated that people are cowed into holding their opinion privately, or intimidated to share because they'll be attacked. And you have to actually embody that and bring that to how you run meetings, and then instill that so that the subsequent team meetings run that way and sub meetings run that way. Again, these are not sort of things that are tacked on the wall. They're sort of embodied in how you live. And then it gets down to everything, right? So in your culture, who are you promoting? Who are you acknowledging? Who are you sort of referencing as exemplars? And that's what I think is most important as a leader, sort of the moment to moment. How are you living? How are you behaving? Because people look to leaders. This is something Patrick Pichette, the former CFO of Google, talked about. He would often gather new directors together. And I had the fortune of attending one of those meetings and listen to him say, like, at the level of director, you're sort of a role model, whether you like it or not. So people are watching you. They're watching your expression in meetings. They're watching how you show up to work. They're watching what you do at that offsite. And it was really inspirational. Patrick did a much better job of inspiring than I'm doing right now. But he was basically saying, you're on the other side of the table now. You are a leader, and you have to behave as a leader 24/7. It's not performative. It's not something that you sort of, do on demand and then you go back to being yourself. You really have to embody it, because people are picking up more from the way you are than anything you're saying or slide number 4 on the deck. So those were great lessons that were given to me.
It's amazing. Thank you. Moving on to our last section on career advice for product managers. So looking back, what has led you to be successful in your career? And what advice do you have for product managers starting off early in their career?
I think the best advice I've heard and I've given is really around a learning mindset. If you think about this not as a achievement or sort of a plateau that you're aspiring to, but the main thing you want to do is keep learning. And sometimes those can be negative lessons like, boy, I don't like doing that. That's hugely valuable to figure out early in your career. Like, I don't like doing that can really spare you a decade of grief and pain and wasted time. And so if you think about your career steps as learning experiences, the hard part, and I think crucial, is that you digest them. And once you realize you don't like learning that or don't like doing that, the next step is to stop doing that and to sort of get into a new situation and a new learning experience. So there are these points at which you sort of have to, take the final exam, if you will, where, what have you learned and what are the consequences from that? Is it that you'd love to develop a career as a PM in machine learning, or I much prefer something closer to the end user, and I think of myself more as a consumer-facing product manager, and I'd rather veer in that direction. All of these are great, but what's not great is to stagnate and to sort of suffer through something you're not enjoying, or even worse, not learning from. The caveat that I always share is that you have to give many experiences time. So I don't think it's good to hop, every 3 months into a new experience. You really have not given it time to sort of evolve. And certainly at places like Google, it takes quite a bit of time to sort of learn how things are done, to learn how things are built and become productive. And I think that's really important. So I think these are usually measured on sort of a yearly basis. At every year, you should be reflecting and saying, am I enjoying this? Am I learning from this? Am I getting exposure to people that inspire me, good mentors? And if the answer is no, I think it's fair to start looking for another opportunity, either on your team or in your company or even beyond. The one place where I would say you can immediately head for the door is if at your company you see ethics concerns, or concerns about morality or toxicity in the environment, you're allowed to head for the door that day, that moment. Nobody should endure those things, and it's not your job to stay silent. So barring those cases that I hope no one ever experiences, I think it is important to sort of give these opportunities a chance to sort of play out. But once they have, to reflect and ask yourself, are you still learning?
Amazing. Now, looking back, knowing what you know now, what are some things you could have done differently as a product leader?
Well, first of all, so much of the world has changed. It's a really hard science fiction experiment to say, if I had a time machine, what would I do differently? And in some ways, the answer is everything, right? Because we have the benefit of hindsight. I remember when I founded my company, the term MVP meant most valuable player, right? It did not mean what it means today. And I had to sort of reinvent that methodology by brute force and sort of stumbling through it. And I remember, and this is, my own experience, we took our research out of MIT and we basically hung a price tag on it and asked, does anybody want this? And the answer was a resounding no. And finally, we were presenting to a would-be customer, and a kindly engineer took me aside and said, look, we really don't need what you're pitching, but what we do need is a Perl script that would upload a file to the CDN. And I looked at him like he was crazy. I said, but that would only take 5 minutes. And he said, great, do you have 5 minutes? And he pulled out a chair and I sat down in his office. I wrote the Perl script, and basically they wrote us a check. And this little dopamine hit went off in my brain. And I said, I get it now. It's not that you build what you want and hope somebody likes it. You build what they need. And that's the way to win a customer. And it was so satisfying and gratifying. I sort of ran home and cried, Eureka, I've discovered how it works now. Like I had invented MVP. that lesson was very visceral for me, and I became almost an anti-technologist CTO. I was CTO of the company that I founded, and I was trying to drag all of my PhD friends out of the clouds and back into the customer's problems. And eventually it turns out that our technology and differentiation was relevant to them, but we first had to solve their sort of zeroth order baseline problems before it became relevant to them. And so I had that experience of like very viscerally learning how to build product, how to engage with customers, how to build things that people want. And so, I think I was a late bloomer, and, this was back in the 90s. So you couldn't just boot up YouTube and watch 10,000 videos from you and others sort of walking people through it. We had to stumble through the first generation of this. But, if I had to look back, I could have saved a lot of time and energy if I could sort of send a transmission from the future about how it's supposed to work. But again, no regrets. The experience was so visceral and important to my development, learning it the hard way and the slow way, that I wouldn't trade that.
Thank you. Going to the very last question. What is the future of product management in your view? Any trends that product managers should keep an eye out for?
I think product management needs to be taught. And that's one of the reasons why I agreed to speak with you today, is that I think in a lot of ways, engineering is a more mature discipline. You can go get a degree in computer science and become a software engineer, and people know what that means and know how to test for it. My wife is a designer, and I think, early in her career, there was no practice of design, but it has really matured in the last 2 decades. And you can go get an education that teaches you how to be a designer. And I think, honestly, product is behind. I think most of the education in product has happened in the context of particular companies where the practice is actually radically different. A product person at Apple is different than Google, is different than Microsoft or Amazon. And I think education and certification, it would be great if there was more knowledge sharing, more community for product. And so I think that is the future of product, is to sort of break down the silos and the walls and better share best practices and our knowledge, and really celebrate that as a community. So I think that's what the future looks like, and that's why I'm here.
Well, thank you so much, Bradley, for being here and for sharing your knowledge with us today. The advice that you gave us around innovation at scale, what makes a good PM, and the future of product management is top of mind for product managers and product leaders that I speak with. I want to ask the audience to give Bradley a big virtual round of applause. Thank you so much, Bradley. We'll be back for additional talks, everyone, so don't go away. And thanks so much.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Welcome everyone to our next talk as part of CPO Mastery Conference. We're joined today by Justin Bauer, who is the Senior Vice President of Product at Amplitude. In this role, Justin is responsible for managing product, design, education, and growth teams at the firm. Prior to this, Justin co-founded a startup that was later acquired by U42. And prior to this, Justin held leadership roles at McKinsey and Booz Digital. Justin's talk today will focus on how PMs can use data to set their product strategy. And this is one of the most commonly asked questions I get from PMs. So I'm excited to hear Justin's insight. Justin, I'll let you take it away.
Great. Thank you, Mo. And hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm definitely excited to be here today to talk about something that is near and dear to my heart, which is how to use data to help inform your product strategy. Now, before we dive in, I thought I could give a bit more background about myself. Like many product leaders, I've had quite a varied journey. I started my career actually as an econometrician, and then I thought about how to apply those learnings to the world of business. and now ultimately product, where I've been a product leader for the past decade. And that led me actually to becoming the first exec hired at Amplitude, which as Mo mentioned, where I've led product strategy over the past 5 years now. And my goal today is that all of you walk away with a better understanding of how to use analytics to create a data-informed product strategy. Because as product leaders, we're really at an interesting crossroads in the evolution of our practice. A lot has been written about the art of product development. And it's not to say that intuition isn't important in how we make product decisions. It certainly is critical. But if you're just relying on intuition, you're going to eventually get disrupted by those who are also applying the quantitative, really bringing the qualitative and the quantitative together. And as product leaders, we need to do both to survive and thrive in today's environment. To highlight this, I love to engage us all in a short history lesson, if we may. Think about the answer to this question. How long do you think it took Facebook to get from 1 to 10 million users? The answer is 2 years, which is quite impressive growth. I think at the time, this was the fastest user growth ever. But let's compare that to a modern day example. I'm going to guess we probably have a couple Clubhouse users here. If not, you should check them out. They're a customer of ours. It's been great to see their success. How long do you think it took them to go from 1 to 10 million users? The answer is 1 month. That's how fast an industry can shift in today's product-led era. And it's not just happening in social. We're seeing this in B2B, automotive, media. All are being disrupted by companies that create innovative product experiences that customers love. So how do they do it? Well, I can tell you what they didn't do. They didn't meticulously walk through Porter's 5 forces analysis. They didn't spend hours staring at NPS results. And they didn't ask McKinsey to come in and figure it out for them. Instead, they understood that to be successful in business today, you need to use product as your competitive advantage. They all became product-led. And there are 3 things that all product-led companies do. The first is that they set a vision that creates clarity by using a clear and measurable North Star. They set strategy by integrating product analytics into how they make everyday decisions. And finally, they are results-oriented. They use a system of measurement to rapidly experiment, killing bad bets and doubling down on the right ones. Vision, strategy, and results, the core ingredients of being product-led. So let's walk through each of these next. First, product-led companies create clarity, and that starts with vision. Every conversation about strategy has to start here, because you can't have a winning strategy if you don't know where you're going. So what is vision? Well, the definition I like to use is the following: the measurable world we want to create. This is important enough that we should take the time to unpack it. Because if we get this piece wrong, then really nothing else matters. And you can see there are 2 parts to this statement. There's both measurable and then the world we want to create. Let's start with the world we want to create. As a product leader, how should you articulate that? And to do that, let me tell you a story about Mario. Now, at this stage, you might be thinking to yourself, what does Mario have to do with product vision? And that's fair, but hear me out. This is actually one of my favorite analogies for building product. This is from the folks over at User Onboarding, and it just perfectly captures my beliefs on what a great product vision is. So let's pull this up. So if you haven't seen this before, let me walk through it for you. First, you've got Mario on the left, who represents the customer. Then you've got the flower in the middle, which represents your product. And on the right, you've got Fire Mario, which represents the customer after they've used your product. Now, most people think that product vision is about the flower, the product, but it's not. Product vision is actually about the customer and how much more awesome they're going to be when they use your product. It's about Fire Mario. But enough about arcade characters. What's a real world example of this? So let's use a product-led company that everyone is familiar with, Spotify. We can talk a bit about their product vision. Now, as we said, to paint a great vision, you really have to first understand the pain of your existing customers. So let's pull up Spotify's product vision, and you can really see that in their statement. Give people access to all the music they want all the time in a completely legal and accessible way. This is great because there's no flower here. There's no features, but you can see there's a lot of Mario. Things like all the music, not just what you own, all the time, not just when it's randomly played, legal, not having to worry about torrents and the dark web, and accessible on all devices in a cost-efficient manner. Now, some of you are thinking, wait a second, I thought this was a presentation about analytics. First, you started with Mario, what's got to do with that? Now we're talking vision. Don't worry, I run product in an analytics company. The data is coming, but all jokes aside, this actually is a really important point. The data will never be all of the story. Remember, product is both an art and a science. That said, let's come back to our vision statement. We described the world that we wanted to create, but how will we know if we're on the right path? That's where the measurable part comes in. And this is our next framework, the North Star metric. Now, hopefully, most of you are familiar with this, or at least with the concept of a North Star, but if you're not, the North Star metric, what we described it, is basically, it's how you go from the vision to your impact. Think of it as the guiding light that we will tie to our overall product strategy. And to define a great North Star, we think there are 3 key steps, and I'm going to walk through each of these. The first is you need to define your type of product. You got to understand the game that you are playing. Next, identify what are the leading indicators of success. What does it mean to win that game? And then how do you break those down into the input metrics? What are the rules of the game? So what does it mean to define the game you're playing? Well, I can tell you right now, you definitely don't want to be playing checkers when all of your competition is playing chess. This is about having a great understanding of your business. What are you trying to maximize? What are you willing to trade off in order to win? Having an understanding of the game you're playing means that you can have a North Star metric that is an accurate reflection of real customer value. We have found that in general, across products, there's 3 types of games that you can play. The game of attention, the game of transaction, and the game of productivity. So let's go through each. Attention products are ones in which you are trying to maximize the amount of time your users spend with your product. Examples here might include number of subscribers streaming, certain number of hours, number of stories they viewed per day. And examples of companies playing the game of attention would be those up here. I put a couple Amplitude customers up here. It's like NBC, Peloton, and others. There's a lot of others that typically you'll see in the media space, but it's definitely growing. So that's the first game. Second game, transaction. And transactional products are ones in which users derive value from the product by engaging in some sort of transaction. Companies here might set North Star metrics that reflect various conversions like number of purchases completed, could be average number of purchases per subscriber. And as you might have guessed, you're going to see a lot of retail companies, e-commerce companies playing the game of transaction. In the final game, productivity, we're going to see products where the customer drives value by accomplishing various tasks or a set of tasks within the product. And so we're going to see here North Star metrics that reflect how well or efficiently their users accomplish those tasks. Like maybe it's number of queries executed, could be number of records created or tasks completed. And here, not surprisingly, you're going to see a lot of B2B companies playing this game, including Amplitude. Now, as you hopefully saw, the game you're playing helps you define what your North Star will be, But within that game, that doesn't mean they're all the same. You still have to figure out what your specific North Star will be for your company. So here's a couple guidelines for that. First, it definitely needs to be a measure of customer value. So something like viewing an ad, like that's not customer value, and therefore would not be a great North Star metric. It should reflect your strategy to deliver your ultimate vision. Remember, what is your Fire Mario? And it will help then dictate the strategies for you to win the game. And it should also be a leading indicator of revenue, not necessarily revenue itself, but be a driver of LTV for your customers and your business. What I say it definitely shouldn't be is a vanity metric. Hopefully you're familiar with vanity metrics. If you're not, vanity metrics are the top of funnel metrics, and they don't really reflect value to your customers. Think things like traffic, page views, app opens. Those are the most common vanity metrics that we see. And yes, you do need to measure those, but if you're optimizing for them, then you're not going to win the game. Instead, what we recommend is diving much deeper into the funnel to understand what truly drives behavior. One of my favorite customer examples of this is from Postmates. For them, they track the funnel from app install to then open, people searching, converting, maybe making a purchase, and then the actual delivery itself. But none of these are actually their North Star metric. Instead, their North Star metric is happy deliveries. Deliveries that were delivered on time within the window with no issues. And they found through Amplitude that these deliveries led to high retention and therefore high lifetime value. Okay, so let's go back to the Spotify example. What might this be for them? Well, we can start with their CEO. So what does the CEO, Daniel Elk, care about? I can tell you that what he cares about is revenue, but revenue actually isn't a great North Star. As product leaders, we need to figure out how the product will drive that revenue. And so we can ask ourselves, how does Spotify make money? And there's a couple ways. One is premium subscriptions, and then the other is ads. And then we can actually break this down and look at like what percentage of revenue comes from each. And we actually see that about 90% of Spotify's revenue comes from premium subscriptions. So that's the lion's share of their revenue. And then we can further break that down and actually look at, well, how does that impact listening hours? And we actually see that listening hours is also highly weighted towards subscription. So using that information, what might be a good North Star metric for Spotify? Now, I don't actually know what it is, but I could guess that it probably looks something like this. Time spent by subscribers listening to music. But let's go through our checklist to see how that measures up. Is that a measure of customer value? Is it aligned with their product vision? And is it a leading indicator of revenue? So on measure of customer value, I'd say yes. Listening to music, that is definitely customer value. Aligned with the product vision, 100%. Making music accessible to everyone, like certainly I think lines up with that. And then most importantly, is this the leading indicator of revenue? For sure. Subscribers, as we just talked about, are the main driver of revenue for their business. And so all three definitely are fulfilled here. Great. So now that we've defined the measurable world we want to create, we need to figure out what's the plan to accomplish that. Think back to Spotify. There are so many tactics that would lead us to increasing time consuming music. And so we need to make sure we have a strategy to get there. And that is the point of the product strategy. The path to deliver on our product vision. And to do that, we can break down the drivers of our North Star metric. So what does it mean to break down the North Star metric? Well, we think about defining the leading indicators. And what we have found is that for every North Star metric, it can actually be broken into a handful of 4 different drivers: breadth, depth, frequency, and efficiency. Breadth, how many active or returning users are there performing your action of value? Depth, what is the extent of their engagement in your product? Frequency, just how often the users engage or perform the action of value. And then finally, efficiency, how quickly the users are able to achieve the value. And all North Star metrics have some combination of these drivers. So let's go back to Spotify. So we said that their North Star metric might be time spent by subscribers listening to music. And we can break that down into the leading indicators. And we can look at the first one, breadth. That might be number of listeners. Could be trial users or number of premium subscribers. On the depth side, we can look at content engagement, and that might be number of hours per session. And then finally, frequency, the listening frequency. Maybe that's number of sessions per week. Now, we've talked a lot about Spotify. We're probably not all here in the music industry, so maybe we could use a different example. So how about Netflix? Everyone probably uses Netflix. So how does Netflix think about their product strategy? But I'm actually, in this example, I'm not going to talk about this version of Netflix. Let's actually talk about this version of Netflix. We're going to go back in time, 10 years ago, back when they cared a lot about DVDs. Okay, so the first question, what is the game that Netflix is playing? Is it the game of attention, transaction, or productivity? Probably think attention, that'd be right. Okay, so game of attention. What do we think their North Star metric was back then? So at the time, like I said, this is back in the DVD era, their North Star metric was number of subscribers. And we don't just stop there though. You can't just hand that to your product teams and hopefully they'll just go figure out how to drive subscribers. They knew they needed to think about what are the leading indicators of number of subscribers. And for them back then, one of the biggest leading indicators of growth was retention. Publicly, I happen to know the product leader back then talked about how their retention was 92% monthly, which is good, but they knew if they're going to grow, it needed to be higher. So did that product leader just say, great, everyone go figure out how to improve retention? No, because actually retention is also a lagging indicator. And it takes a long time to improve retention. And so what they did is they further broke that down and they found a depth metric that was a strong leading indicator of retention. And that depth metric was number of DVDs in the queue. They discovered that if you can get a user to 3 DVDs, that's when they hit an inflection point. Now, when they uncovered this, they're at 60%. But over time, they're able to improve this to over 90%. And by doing that work, that actually improved their monthly retention from 92 to 98%. And this was actually one of the major drivers of why they are such a successful company today. This is the power of product analytics. It's understanding that there is an ultimate outcome that you're trying to drive, but this outcome is a lagging indicator. And therefore, you need to break it down into its key drivers, the leading indicators, and then the input metrics related to those. And this will help inform your product strategy and drive alignment in your organization. At Amplitude, we do this as well. Our North Star metric is weekly learning users, represents a user who gets an insight, creates a chart, for example, that they share and then is consumed by 2 or more other people. And this reflects getting value in Amplitude. And then we break that down into its drivers. Breadth, what is our retention, how many users are retaining? Depth, how many users are actively saving charts? And then efficiency, how long does it take for them to get there? And then these end up being the North Star metrics for various teams. And then those teams have leading indicators they're focused on, like maybe number of new users engaging in consumption and on and on. Okay, so now we're coming down the home stretch. We've got our product vision and the North Star metric that guides us there. We've got our product strategy, the underlying drivers of impact. Now we got to see, how do we know if the strategy is working? And so that is our third pillar. Are we measuring results, killing the bad experiments, and doubling down on those that work? And to do that, we need to objectively measure our progress. Now, there's a lot of techniques for this. The most common technique is something I'm sure most of you are familiar with. It's the concept of OKRs. If you're not, I highly recommend you read John Doerr's book. It walks through the history of OKRs from how they originated with Andy Grove at Intel to their use of Google and beyond. Now, and OKRs are used by a lot of functions, not just product. But today I was hoping to specifically talk about how they're used in products because I've actually seen them used incorrectly many times. And so let's talk a little bit about how to apply OKRs towards product. And there are three learnings that I've actually had here in working with a number of companies and how they implement this. The first is they're called OKRs, not KROs. The second is know the difference between input, output, and outcome metrics. And finally, benchmark your OKRs based on the game that you are playing. First, OKRs, not KROs. There's a reason we spent the past 20 minutes talking about strategy. Objective first, then the metrics. Way too often, I see teams that overemphasize metrics without a vision and a strategy, hoping to get short-term gains at the cost of long-term and creating a lot of problems. Nothing is actually more evident of this than actually the gaming industry, an industry that I've spent some time in. Can anyone take a guess at whose stock price this is? So this is Zynga. Now, I personally have a lot of respect for Zynga. They really did pave the way for a lot of the analytics thinking that we use today. But I do think they actually are a heat of caution of what happens when you take it to the extreme. You can end up with a product that is a series of addiction tactics and growth hacks, but you lost sight on actually what is the vision and the outcome and the customer at the end of the day. You got to remember, it's vision, strategy, results. We then use our KRs to measure how we're progressing against that plan. Second, know the difference between input, output, and outcome OKRs. Inputs are activities, maybe user testing, creation of mocks, that are required work, but in and of themselves don't mean you're going to hit your goal. Output is the actual feature itself. That would be the flower in our Mario analogy. And certainly critical. You do have to build the product to actually create the outcome. But you can't just have those two. You need to have outcomes as well. And outcomes are the reflections of the customer benefit, their success using your product. Really critical, like I said, you can't just have those two. You ultimately aren't going to accomplish your goals unless you're really clear on what the outcomes are as well. And finally, make sure that you take the game that you're playing into account when you set those goals. Let's take one of the leading indicators that we talked about before, which is frequency. It's a very common one. And one of the more common ways that people measure frequency is this concept of DAU/MAU, which is basically daily active users divided by monthly active users. And this became really popular actually when Facebook came out, because they reported that their DAU/MAU was around 60%. So what that meant, 60% of their monthly users were also using it daily. And when this came out, that kind of became the benchmark for almost every product that was launched after Facebook, which was ridiculous for actually two reasons. One, DAU/MAU isn't a great way to measure frequency, but that's another topic for another day. But more importantly, because VCs weren't taking the game into account. As a case in point, let's say this was the benchmark, and I told you that I had a 30% DAU/MAU ratio. Does that sound like a decent business? We'd say, no, that's only half what Facebook's was. But what if I told you that that's actually Amazon's DAU/MAU? Then you might think differently. Literally 30% of their MAU shop every day. That's an incredible business. And that's why it's so important that when you come up with your benchmarks, you got to think about the game that you are playing. Okay, so how do we bring it all together? At Amplitude, we call this our product charter. It's one of our organizing documents to help create clarity for everyone. And not surprisingly, it looks like this: vision, strategy, and results. Here's an example from a couple of years ago. And each swim lane ends up creating the same when they refresh their strategy and their tactics. But I do want to point out the broader point here isn't the template itself. That's actually the easy part. It's the approach, doing the work together as a team, that will ultimately create this outcome. So in conclusion, there are 3 things that we believe the disruptors, the product-led companies, all do. They set a vision that creates clarity by using a clear and measurable North Star. They set strategy by integrating product analytics into their everyday decisions. And they are results-oriented. They use a system of measurement to rapidly experiment, killing bad bets and doubling down on the right ones. And with that, thank you for joining me today. And please reach out if you'd like to learn more about this or Amplitude in general.
Thank you very much, Justin, for taking your time to share your insights with us today. I know a lot of PMs are thinking about starting to use data to inform their strategy, and your step-by-step approach from vision to the North Star to the inputs is going to be a great guide for them to get started. Folks, please give Justin a big virtual round of applause. We'll be back for additional talks, so don't go anywhere. Thanks, everyone. Welcome everyone to our next talk as part of CPO Mastery Conference. We are thrilled to be joined by Julie Zhuo, one of the foremost experts in the product design space. Julie is the co-founder of Sundial, which is a platform that enables builders to make meaningful use of their data to fulfill their mission. Prior to this, she was a VP of product design at Facebook, where she helped scale the service from 8 million to over billions of users. Julie is also the author of The Making of a Manager, which is an Amazon bestseller and a must-read for any person who is about to become a new manager. In our talk today, Julie will focus on PM skills to master. Julie, I'll have you take it away.
Thank you so much, Mo. Hello, everyone. It's wonderful to virtually feel your presence today. I want to talk to you a little bit about how I think about product leadership and, as the title states, the many facets of it. And I want to take you to actually starting with one diagram from a book that I really love. Now, this book is called No Hard Feelings, and it is a wonderful book about basically emotions in the workplace by Liz and Molly. And Liz and Molly, I feel a very special bond to because both of our books came out on the exact same day. This was about 2 years ago in 2019. So we published on the very same day, and I've always been a huge fan. So their book is filled with lots of wonderful, amazing diagrams, many of which you probably have seen all around the internet. But this one in particular struck me because it, as you can see, it says what I thought would make me productive, which is hard work, and what actually does, which is a combination of hard work, time off, sleep, healthy eating, and exercise. And I've loved this, the simplicity of what this conveys, and I've actually tried to apply it to lots of other parts. For me, for example, what I thought being a great design leader was and what it actually was. And in this case, what I thought being a great product leader was and what it actually was. So here's basically my version. So when I was just getting started in building products, what I thought would make me a great product leader was, I kind of thought it was all about actually having a great product vision, having a clear sense of what is a great idea for a product that people would love, and then just kind of going off of there. Like if you come up with something brilliant, then the users will come. And now, having been in this role in design and product for a decade and a half, I've realized that actually what it is the biggest chunk is ownership and execution, followed by skill translation, data fluency, a good process, and having a great product vision is, still there, but it's a much smaller chunk. And I wanted to just take you all through, okay, what does this mean? What are these different slices of the pie? How do you kind of think about them? And I want to talk with, of course, starting with the biggest one, which is ownership and execution. So what do I mean by that? So there's a story that I really love about Steve Jobs. And reportedly, if you became a VP at Apple, Steve would take you aside and he would, kind of have a one-on-one with you, and he would tell you a story. And the story he would tell would be along the lines of, he would say, hello, congratulations for being a VP. And, one of the things that happens at Apple is that, of course, in the course of our jobs, we run into problems. And he'll tell you the story about perhaps one day if he came to his office and he realized that it hadn't been cleaned, that's a problem, right? He expects that the office would be cleaned every morning. If it's not, what do you do? And so his natural inclination would be like, well, I should talk to the janitor. It's the janitor's job to clean the office every day. And maybe the janitor will say something like, oh, Mr. Jobs, I would have cleaned your office, but unfortunately the door to your office was locked and I didn't have the key. And that would be the reason he'd give for why the office wasn't clean. And Steve would say, okay, if that were the reason the janitor gave me, no problem. I would accept that. It's not his fault. We should figure out why the door was locked and so forth. But he says, at a certain level, as you advance through the company, you eventually reach the point where the reasons stop mattering. And at a certain point, it doesn't even matter. Like, was the door locked? Was it not? Like, if you had a job to do, you were meant to do it. And he said, and that level is now where you are, which is to what he would say to the VP. And I think about this a lot because I think it's one of the best ways to kind of demonstrate what ownership is, which is the idea that if there is a problem, you will figure out how to solve it, and whatever it takes, and you will, if the issue is the door is locked, you would go and pursue, why is the door locked? Who did it? How can we improve the process? How do we make sure this doesn't happen in the future, in order to get to that final outcome, which is that this doesn't, the goals that we set or the things that we want to happen. And that is what is meant by ownership. And ownership, I think, is hugely important for PMs and product leaders, even more so than other roles, because it's that role I think of as kind of the glue, right? As a product leader, you are being given a goal or to reach a particular outcome, and you have at your disposal, all of the other teams that come together to make that happen, whether it's engineers, it's designers, data scientists, researchers, and so forth. But you're also there to try and understand, okay, if something isn't working, why is that? And what do we need to do to get it to work better? If two team members are not able to, hit their milestones, like, why is that? Is it a communication issue? Is it a people issue? Let's figure out what the issue is, and let's resolve it. And so I think one of the most important qualities when it comes to product leadership is this attribute of you own it, and you own it even if you aren't asked to own it, because that is how you end up growing and advancing in your career. The second thing I think about too is that, in order to be successful as an owner, you kind of also have to understand the context, right? And let's say you're the product manager, your job is to oversee this particular feature. You want this feature to grow. But it's not sufficient to just even understand your feature and be the expert. You have to understand, how does this feature fit into the larger context of your product, which in turn you have to understand, how does this product fit into the larger context of our business? Because at the end of the day, people come together to be able to build wonderful things, but things have to also be sustainable from a business perspective, which means you have to understand, how does your company make money? How does your project contribute to the top level goals? And ultimately, what are the things that keep your CEO up at night? The more that you are able to grow in your path of not just understanding your domain or your feature or your area, but start to ask, what does my boss care about? What does my boss's boss care about? What does my boss's boss's boss care about, all the way to the CEO? That is what gives you the ability to then act like an owner and have the context to be able to own your problems and own what it is that you are being tasked to do. I want to wrap it up by saying that, at the end of the day, if you have, you have an owner's mindset and you understand the context of the business, the last ingredient is to be excellent at execution. And what I think execution means is simply the ability to get things done, right? If there is a goal, if there's a task, how good are you at helping, enabling, not just yourself personally, because maybe you're an excellent personal executor, but how good are you at enabling execution among your teams? You know, making sure that your design team, your engineering team, your data scientists, researchers, everyone that makes up your team has what they need to be able to do their great work and come together in harmony towards us being able to achieve our goal. Execution is often, you know, it's not as perhaps noteworthy or as buzzy as strategy, or, you know, kind of like, ooh, like knowing the vision of all this stuff. But when it comes to what makes for successful product management, being able to say that you're going to do something and doing it on time, reliably, is one of the most important gifts. It's one of the most important attributes that you can have as a product leader. Okay, next up, I have skill translation. So what does that mean? And I think about it like this. You know, when you're on a product team, naturally you want people to come together who have a diversity of skill sets, right? You have designers who are wonderful at thinking about user experience and potentially, you know, dreaming about what the product vision could be. You have engineers who obviously are really great at implementing and making technical decisions, focusing on optimization. But each function has its own kind of language. Each function has its own way of talking about their work and what it means to do great work. And as a product manager, you know, you have your own language, right? The language of PMs is often the language of metrics and KPIs and goals and so forth. I think it's very important to keep in mind that in the scope of being a product leader, one important goal, one important attribute that you have is you have to in some ways be a translator. You have to be able to take, you know, maybe the language that you know, which, you know, maybe some examples of like getting the wow to 2x, and talk about it in a way that is actually inspiring and makes sense to somebody who doesn't speak that same language, right? So I could tell you right now, if you tell a designer, get wow to 2x, that is not a motivating way to talk about the work. That is not inspirational. That does not make them like want to get up and like do great work, right? Instead, yeah, I think you know, if you were again speaking to a designer, you have to help them explain, okay, why is this great for users, or what is this going to enable that makes the user experience better, right? And that often means going one step deeper and saying, okay, well, why, you know, if we have weekly active users, what do we think what value can we put in our product that makes them more likely to want to come back, maybe twice as often, or deepen their engagement, or so forth? And that's the question that you would maybe give as a design brief to somebody who is going to go and work on the design, right? Similarly, designers may come to you and they say, oh, we need to make the page breathe better. And that doesn't translate that well to an engineer. It's like, why do we need to make the, you know, page breathe better? As your role as a PM, you know, being able to speak all of the different languages and being able to act as an effective translator helps the team be aligned on what's important, and to be able to then move as a unified group across understanding why the priorities are what they are and why we should focus on certain important initiatives. So one way to think about your job is it's not just, you know, you've got your own language, it's the way that other PMs talk, but make sure that you go and you truly understand what helps motivate, what helps make understandable things to people of different disciplines, and be an effective translator in that respect. That's how you get to greater alignment. Examples would be making the page breathe better. You can say, let's make this page easier for someone to visually scan and process so that they can consume the information quickly. Let's do a rev on the strategy. What does that mean? Let's put together a clear 6-month plan that focuses on deepening the value that this particular audience gets from our product. You know, this is like the core of what is meant by these phrases, and being able to say them in a way that everyone understands is an effective way to drive alignment. Next up, I want to talk a little bit about data fluency. So what do I mean by that? I'm a big believer of this phrase that what we're trying to do essentially with product development, especially product development that is around growing and amplifying and making something more valuable, is that we're essentially diagnosing where the problems and opportunities are with data, and we're trying to treat with design. And so what data can tell you is just how customers respond to a product idea or to the way that they actually incorporate their product, your product in their day-to-day, right? It helps you understand, what they're thinking, what they're doing, and what they're feeling. And when I say data, I mean it in a very broad sense. I think data, if you go and talk to 10 customers and they tell you what their problems are and what they need, that's data, right? Because you're understanding some external phenomenon that will then help you make better decisions. And similarly, if you go and look at dashboards, and you track WOW, you track active users, you track downloads, that's also data because it gives you, again, additional insight into your customers' actions and behaviors. But, and what data is really, really good at is it helps you spot where are the problem points, where are the opportunities, where are there potentially also problems. And so your ability to be able to, read the data and leverage the data and draw insights from the data will directly correlate with your ability to come up with the right plans and the right strategies. But that said, data doesn't solve the problem, right? I don't usually like the word "let's be data driven" because that implies that data will tell you exactly what you need to do, and that's not the case. Data, like all things, is facts that you then have to apply a level of interpretation on. And there are ways to interpret data well, and there's ways to interpret data poorly. And we're also in this interesting time period where now, because so many of us work in software, everything is measurable. And we're logging everything. We're logging pretty much everything that people do on our sites, on our services. So we have no shortage of actual data that's being tracked. The art then becomes, how do we make sense of that data? And I have this this experience over and over again where a group of us are looking at a dashboard, and let's say it's got 16 pictures. And we can all walk away with a very different interpretation of how well we're doing and what we need to focus on, right? Because maybe I'm looking at this one particular graph and it's going up and to the right, and I'm like, guys, let's pat ourselves on the back. We're doing really well. And you're looking at this other thing. You're looking maybe at a particular segment and you're saying, oh no, our product's not doing well in India. What should we do? And we can be really misaligned about what the story of the data is, which then doesn't help us be able to get on the same page about what we should prioritize and what we should do about it. And so being able to think of data not as a pure science, but instead an art form, right? There's an element of just, of course, tracking the data, but then there's an art to interpreting it and drawing the most important narrative of it from it, and then being able to align the team around it. That is an art form. And once you have that alignment of data, then the thing to do is actually treat it with design. Because what design does is takes opportunities and then envisions solutions to those opportunities, right? And I think of design as well in very broad terms. I don't think of design as just what designers do. I think of design as anything in which we're in the solution mode of envisioning, okay, here's a problem, here's an opportunity, what should we do about it? And that similarly is not a science. That data cannot tell us what to design. We look at the data, it helps inform our view of the world, we interpret it, we try and do that in a great way, which highlights the opportunities, and then we end up treating with design. Another example to just illustrate this is if I said, hey guys, we grew 20% year over year. Should we be happy? Should we not be? I think, if you were, if I asked you this question, you'd probably tell me, well, it depends. Like 20% doesn't mean anything without context, right? We have to understand, well, if we're growing 20%, maybe what did we grow the year before? If we grew 80% the year before and now we're growing 20%, maybe we shouldn't be happy with that. You might also ask, what's our market growing at, right? If our market is growing at 10% and we're growing 20%, perhaps we should be quite happy. Every single metric that you look at is in the context of something, right? And to understand the context, to be able to draw the conclusion is what I mean when I talk about data fluency. So in order to really focus on your data fluency, a couple things need to happen. The first is that you need to ask the right questions, and that means when you're thinking about what we should focus on next, do you know what the problems are? Are you aware of, where you're doing well and where you're not doing well? Do you have a sense of which customer segments are, most successful versus least successful? The second thing is, again, if someone gives you a data interpretation and says, this is good, this is bad, make sure you understand the context. Ask questions about that, know what is this good or bad in relation to? Are we comparing against ourselves in the past? Are we comparing against different segments? Are we comparing against the market? Because all of those matter. And finally, be a key active contributor in defining how we're measuring good. Just because something goes up doesn't mean it's good. You need better benchmarks to really help you define both what's possible, but what should be what's a realistic and yet aspirational target for setting and hitting goals. And finally, I want to talk a little bit about a good process, the final piece. I think about process as designing how you consistently design great things. Meaning, if you are excellent at coming up with the answer and, you're the person who's kind of masterminding everything, that's cool, but I wouldn't say that you necessarily, you maybe have a great personal process, but you don't have a process in which that's necessarily repeatable, right? Because what if, you weren't able to do all of this stuff? Like, will the team be able to repeatedly hit their goals, repeatedly come up with, great solutions to problems, repeatedly even be able to identify what the right problems are? And as a product leader, part of your job is almost like, play the metagame, right? So not just for this particular problem, let's find the right solution, but to go one step above and say, how do we consistently have the right ingredients and the right environment such that we can always find the best solution, time after time? And there will always be some things, in the course of your career in product management or building things that, some things will go well and some things won't, right? You won't always find success. But what's important is that if you don't find success, learning from those mistakes so that, you're never making the same mistake twice. And similarly, if something is going well for you, extracting the lessons so that you can figure out how can we do more of that in the future and be able to, again, repeatedly come to, the great outcome that we had this time around in the next problem, even if the next problem looks completely different. And so you have to think about this in the long game. One way that I like to compare this to is in the game of poker, right? If you think about, how you win each hand, a lot of it is going to depend on luck. If you have pocket aces, you have a much higher likelihood of winning that round, of winning that hand, than if you have, like a 2 and a 7 or something along those lines. And yet, if you look at, the history of people who are great, there are such things as great poker players, people who repeatedly win the World Series of Poker. And so there's an element where, yes, some hands they have bad and some hands they have good, but they have this skill to be able to know how to call the shots such that over the long run of playing, thousands or tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of hands of poker, they more often win than not. And I think that's a great analogy for us because we do need to keep in mind that certain things are beyond our control. Market conditions, the luck of what happens, the hands that the cards that we were dealt. It's not always going to be something that we can make into a win. But if you are good and if you focus on process and you focus on having the right ingredients, you will win many more hands throughout the course of your career. And that is something, to take away, that it is a long game and that, I hope that you all have a long and fruitful career, and it isn't just about what happens in this one particular launch or not. It's about what you're learning to take away for the rest of your career. Some of these ingredients for what does it mean for us to, create great ingredients within a team include things like, is there micromanagement? Are we having over-constrained requirements? Are people feeling anxious? Are there too many meetings? These are all the things that might get in the way of a team being able to operate at their best. Similarly, These are some of the things that can help people do their best work, right? A sense of safety, being able to recognize, who's doing great work, having an inspiring environment, getting enough sleep, having creativity and sessions for feedback. These are all of the things that over time help us, as a group of people be able to deliver or give us the best chance of being able to deliver the best work. So in conclusion, I want to go back to what I thought would make me a great leader was having a great product vision. Of course, that's important, but there's actually many more things I would say that are as or more important, including, of course, having a great process, being fluent about understanding how to both ask for the right questions and interpret data in the best way, being a skilled translator among the different functions that come together to make a product successful. And finally, most importantly, owning and executing against the goals. Thanks a lot for listening, and I hope this helps you in your journey ahead.
Thank you so much, Julie, for taking the time to share your knowledge with us today. Success often doesn't look like what we think it is, and what you talked about today really helps us understand that. I would also like to thank our global audience who've tuned in from around the world. Folks, please take the opportunity to give Julie a big virtual round of applause. We'll be back for additional talks, so don't go anywhere. Thank you so much, everyone, and thank you, Julie, for your talk.
Thank you.
Welcome everyone to our next talk as part of CPO Mastery Series Conference. We're thrilled to be joined by Scott Belsky, who is a Chief Product Officer and EVP at Adobe. Scott was a founder and CEO of Behance, the world's largest network of creative professionals, and is the author of the book Messy Middles, which is a required book for every entrepreneur, business, and product professional. Our talk today will center around key ideas from Scott's book and how they apply to your company, your product, and your career. Scott, it's great to have you here.
Oh, of course. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. You have a really unique background. Could you talk a little bit about your journey from Behance to Adobe, as well as your current scope and mandate at Adobe?
Sure. I think that I've always been a bit of a product obsessive, so I feel like I'm in a real community of friends here. Behance was and continues to be a product intended to help organize creative people. The idea of a lot of creative careers at the mercy of circumstance, a lot of work that gets done, you can never actually know who did it. There's very little attribution in the creative industry, and we also know these days that designers change everything. That every experience, digital, physical, advertising, anything that compels us to take action on anything is ultimately touched by the hands of a designer or a creative professional of some kind. And so Behance was an effort to help organize the creative world. And in the process of doing that, we had to solve a lot of design problems. We had to build a bit of a marketplace of talent, a portfolio powering platform, and really crack a lot of challenges that relates to posting and streaming multimedia on web, et cetera, back in the early days when the company was founded in 2006, 2007. So that was a great journey. It was 5 years of bootstrapping, 2 more years as a venture-backed business, and then we were acquired by Adobe in 2012. And the idea of coming into Adobe was we wanted to really get into the tools of creativity themselves. We really wanted to connect the creative world, not only after they were done posting to their portfolio, but at the point of creation itself. And so over the years, our team has not only integrated Behance into a number of our products, but also tried to bring community to other parts of the product line of Adobe, really started to think about Adobe as a services company that was on an ongoing basis delivering value to customers, helping people collaborate, helping teams work together, helping people get inspired by the community, helping people learn the products. Another big problem I came into Adobe trying to solve was all these people come trying to use a product like Photoshop, and then a lot of them open it and are scared by this cockpit of controls. And how do you really demonstrably change engagement and retention, right? Which is a good thing, of course, for both the customers and the business, by helping people be successful in the products. So, so at Adobe, I had a few different roles. I came in leading Behance. I took over all of our mobile strategy back in 2013, 2014, and then Creative Cloud Services after that. Left for a little while to do some investing full time and kind of collect myself after 10 years of doing this stuff, and then missed it. Came back, jumped in as in this chief product officer role, overseeing all of product engineering and design for the digital media creative business.
5 years of bootstrapping Behance, that is not what a lot of executives do. So how has that led you to be a different product executive than maybe some of the other executives that have just grown up and have a stable salary every time?
Well, it's interesting, whether you have a stable salary and a set number of resources or headcount that you're given every year at a big company, or whether you have a lot of capital that you raise from venture capitalists as a small company, in both of those instances, when you have a challenge, you throw money at it, you throw people at it, you throw resources at it. Whereas when you're bootstrapping in a small business, very hand-to-mouth mode, you don't have the resources to throw at problems, and so you have to do is constantly refactor how you do things. Change the operating structure, refactor how people work. Constantly try to find efficiencies. And that all led to my strong belief that resourcefulness is much more valuable than resources. Resourcefulness to me is like the muscle, whereas resources are the carbs. Resources kind of go away. They may temporarily extinguish the problem, but the problem, the root cause of it, you haven't been improved as an organization as a result of resources, whereas resourcefulness is a skill that never leaves. And so I encourage all teams, even when they do have the cash, to find ways and forcing functions to develop resourcefulness in how they work.
That's awesome. That's great advice. Let's dive into the messy middle of companies. And Adobe transitioned to a subscription model, which is one of the most successful transitions of any Fortune 500 company. Everything is changing about the company. Can you share a little bit about the key lessons that Adobe learned from this transition?
Yeah, I think a few things. Number one is it's one thing to do a business transformation. It's an entirely different thing to do a product transformation. And admittedly, we really started with the business transformation, which was we're going to take these products and we're going to sell them in a different way. But day two, they didn't change so much, frankly. And I think customers, rightly so, said, "Wait a second, how is that any better for me?" For many customers, it was better in the sense that these are now more affordable. Instead of having to pay north of $1,000, in one pop, you could, for as little as $10 a month, start getting, some of these products. But what real, demonstrably different, step function better value could we deliver as a result of this new business model? And so what we realized in the first few years was that, my goodness, not only could you update these products every few weeks or every month and have the incentive to do so as a company, as opposed to every 18 months when you ship the new binary, but you could also start to really tune into other problems that customers were having. How do I work with others? Oh, I want to work on this new thing called the iPad, but I don't know how to, will Photoshop ever be on iPad? And all these different questions that, a lot of the solutions all required a few specific things. They required cloud documents and cloud files as opposed to local files. They involved a whole identity system so people could collaborate with one another and share. They required people to have access to their assets wherever they were across any device that they were using. And so that, that set of customer needs, coupled with this new transformation we made on the business side, unleashed a decade of innovation on the product side, that much of which is actually just now coming to fruition, frankly. because you had to build a whole cloud services organization and infrastructure. These products, these are 30-plus-year-old products in some cases, like Photoshop. To reimagine Photoshop, real Photoshop for an iPad, or maybe even other surfaces in the future, is a multi-year strategy. And so you just have to stay patient. You have to really align around the long-term conviction, and you have to keep the team sticking together long enough to figure it out.
Amazing. And that is a big transition for a company. Now talking about the messy middle for product, many companies are on their journey of developing consistent design systems. Could you talk about the lessons learned and the benefits realized as Adobe transitioned to a consistent design system across all their products?
Yeah, so we have a system that we call Spectrum, and it's managed centrally by a design organization that every team has to align with around the company. And there's a lot of constituencies, and it's always tricky to make sure you don't solve down to the lowest common denominator, that is just doesn't, at the lowest bar for every individual product. And so I think that team, has had the struggle of figuring out, okay, what are the absolute key parts that are consistent, that are, we all agree with and are good for all of us, and that allow a customer who knows how to use one product, pick up and just start using another product without having to figure out the whole nav and the UI all over again, right? There are a lot of benefits to that, and there's some trade-offs to be made there, versus what are the spaces of every product that each product should sort of innovate on their own around, because it's very native to the video editing customer versus the illustrator or the customer in InDesign. So that was part of the process. Of course, it was also a bit meta for us because we were using our own design system tooling to bake our design system, and the one we were making was influencing the one we were building for others. And so it was a very kind of meta process, because our design system is built on Creative Cloud libraries and the design system that's in Adobe XD, which is our experience design product. And what's cool about that is that it all kind of fits, right? So if you're doing something in Illustrator or Photoshop, you have the same assets at your fingertips that you would if you're building the product experience and the prototypes in Adobe XD. And so we've been sort of our own first customer zero, as we like to call it, right? To build our design system and for design systems.
That's awesome. Now, what are some common traps that you've seen product managers fall into during the messy middle of product discovery?
Yeah, I mean, product discovery and traps. Well, I'll say a few different thoughts on this, and I'm happy to go in any other direction you have. Number one, I also am involved as an advisor and investor in a number of startup companies over the years, and the ones that haven't worked, we're still incredible founders and actually great ideas, but the product process was really driven out of passion for a solution to a problem, as opposed to empathy with those suffering the problem. And there's a really distinct difference. With the passion approach, you can build an incredibly beautiful, elegant, full-featured product that ends up being 30 degrees off of product market fit, right? And you wonder, how could people not be using this? And in my experience, it's often, that gap can be attributed to the lack of sitting next to people and feeling their frustration on a daily basis. Really tuning into that empathy piece, because those observations, develop your intuition as a product leader, and and then that influences the little things you prioritize or deprioritize from the MVP. It impacts the way you do the onboarding. It impacts the way you do the copy on the sale page, and these little things add up, in my view, to the difference between product market fit and lack thereof.
That's interesting, because you need the passion to get you through the messy middle and the ups and downs, but you need to turn it off when it comes to empathizing per se, because really built for your customer, but you need that passion to drive you through the ups and downs.
And if you're doing almost every day behind a screen building, it's you're doing something wrong, because there's just nothing that beats having to really sit and watch customers either use your product or the early beta versions of it, or seeing how they work today, and the workflow that you're trying to replace with your product, or the consumers, doing what they try to do today without your product, And then you can start to really get a sense for those frustrations. Another thing, just speaking of customers, is which customers you engage first. And it sounds like a luxury problem. I mean, as product leaders, we should take any customer we can possibly get, right? But I actually do believe that there's an order of the types of customers you ideally want and should target, and maybe sometimes even limiting the number of customers you engage to. And I think I sort of see it as 5 different phases. You have the willing and the forgiving, and then you have the viral, and then you have the valuable, and finally you have the profitable. And let me just explain. The willing and forgiving, like the willing are the people who are willing to jump into something without onboarding, without any thing working. Maybe you might lose your work, maybe not. These are folks who are so deeply invested in the problem you're trying to solve that they want to almost be an extended part of your team. And these willing early stage customers, to me, are the unsung heroes of a lot of great products out there, especially on the enterprise side, because they didn't have equity in the product. They just really cared, and they were willing to partner with the product leaders to make their products great. The forgiving customers are not really willing to jump in without the onboarding and stuff, but they're more forgiving of the things that may still be missing, right? They're okay with a couple things coming soon that they would other customers would ordinarily find as deal breakers. The viral, the third phase of customers, these are the customers you only want to engage once you want everyone to know about it. So you don't want a viral customer, someone who's very influential, someone who has a huge Twitter audience, someone who always talks about new products that they're using, until you really feel like you're ready to have everyone come in and start kicking the tires. And so I think that viral customers, a lot of products and companies, make the mistake of engaging those folks too early. Right when they launch, they're like, oh, we need the most viral customers. I believe you should get a small group of people loyally using your product, ironing out all the kinks, and then get those people when you're really, really ready for them. The fourth type of customer is the valuable customer. And so these are customers where you're no longer needing to hold their hand. They can come in and they're low cost customers. They'll just come in and they can use your product on their own. They don't need help. And so you don't want those people because they might need help earlier on, right? You want them only when you're ready to have customers who need no help from you, right? Mm-hmm. And then the final phase of customers is the profitable ones. And this is where some companies get to the point where they even change their offering to focus on, higher margin customers, ones that, for less effort will give you a bigger footprint. And this is only applicable maybe to some types of enterprise companies and not others. But it's just important to ground ourselves with which customers we engage at what time.
Yeah, and I love the counterintuitive advice of we all do this. We all want the big influencers in the beginning, but then when you don't want them because your product isn't ready to shine yet. So, right. And moving on to the last segment of the messy middle of your career, I've spoken to a lot of product managers that feel stuck and struggling to transition to a product leadership role. What advice would you give to these PMs who are stuck in the messy middle of their career?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, having overseeing an organization of thousands of people, the people that really stand out in meetings and, and the people that I see as the emerging leaders of our organization are those that are truly the voice of the customer, are willing to mention the elephants in the room when we're in meetings, which is hard and not popular, but super important. But really the customer-centric product leaders, regardless of their level of seniority, shine through. And then those who also build a great partnership with design. As a product leader, I would say my cheat code in my career has been partnerships and relationships with designers. Those are the folks that help, develop prototypes that are worth 100 meetings. That has really been the accelerant for me. And I look for other emerging leaders in the product organization who have those relationships and, and are able to, in a united front, liberating, partnering with the designer, show rather than tell a story. And then I think finally, being able to really articulate the zen of a product. What is it really about? What's the narrative? Too many product managers are just kind of operating off of quantitative research, assembling a product hit list of things that need to be done, in the next quarter and the quarter after that. But when you can start to articulate, here's where we're going, like here's our North Star, and everything we're doing accomplishes a near-term goal, but also brings us closer to that long-term place we know we need to be. I think that's where you start to raise the ranks, at least in my mind, as a product leader.
Awesome. So just I love all those points, but the last one around a narrative or showing leadership of where we're headed. That's something that's important to you for emerging leaders.
It is.
Awesome. And our very last question is around the future of product management. So in your view, any trends that PMs should think about? Where is the future of product management headed?
Yeah, I think that it's, every function in the enterprise in any company these days is becoming more multiplayer, meaning that instead of the functions being siloed, the tools that people are using these days, are collaborative by default. Everyone's jumping in, unexpected marketing folks or copywriters are jumping into design files, and and business leaders are jumping into prototypes. And I mean, this is just a really great thing happening. But what it means is that the lines around roles are becoming a little more permeable and and a little more gray, as opposed to striking bold lines. And I think that the future product leader, is a very promotes that notion of like accessibility to their discipline, is trying to get others in the weeds, feeling the prototypes as they're coming together, taking a real active role on social. It's amazing to me how few product leaders spend some time every day interacting with customers on Twitter. It's so easy. You just search your product's name, and then you find people either praising or complaining, and you engage with them. And we talk about how important it is to be close to customers, and yet everyone could spend 30 minutes every day engaging with customers on social without having to even spend time traveling or whatever. And doing so gives you a sixth sense of what customers are talking about. It gives you legitimacy as a product leader because you're literally talking and engaging with customers every single day. So I do that, and I try to throw myself in there, especially when someone's, calling us out on something really stupid we did or something we really missed and made a mistake on. It's like, owning up to it. I think is another part of like the future product leader is a little bit more accessible outside and makes their product process more accessible inside of the company.
Yeah, I've watched one of your talks and I was really surprised when you are talking about the improvements, which I thought was very refreshing to see such a senior leader do that. So
it's important.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Scott, for taking the time to be with us today. Your insights on effectively managing the messy middle of companies, product, and career were invaluable. And for those watching, I highly recommend everyone pick up this book. It has got so many gems. Not only is it well written, it's well designed. Every page is a piece of art, and I love all the art in here. So thank you. I'd love to get the audience to give Scott a big virtual round of applause. And thanks so much.
Thanks for having me again, and just what a great community you're building here. It's an honor to participate.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Scott. Welcome everyone to our next talk as part of CPO Mastery Conference. We're joined by Joff Redfern, the VP of Product at Atlassian. Joff brings a wealth of experience and knowledge from his years of experience as a product leader at Yahoo, LinkedIn, and now Atlassian. I am really excited for Joff's presentation. Joff, I'll have you take it away.
Awesome. Thanks, Mo, and thanks for having me to product faculty. I'm excited to share some of the learnings from my career. I hope that all of your listeners, watchers, viewers are well and safe in these trying times. I thought what we would do today is I'd share with you a concept that's had a tremendous impact on my life, and I've called it simply waves. So let's dig into that. It started 6.5 years ago. I was asked a really hard question that changed how I think about my life. After being asked this question, I couldn't sleep for weeks. It just stuck with me, and I wound up asking all of my friends and family members how they would answer this question. And very, very few gave me satisfactory answers. And those that did give me compelling answers, they were definitely the fringe of my friend set. Misfits, hippie-ish, prone to really extreme points of view. This really hard question came from Peter Thiel. What important truth do very few people agree with you on? And you know, some of the people that I asked, they answered by saying things like, well, I don't believe in God, or the school system in America is broken. But those really are widespread beliefs when you think about the population of the globe, which is over 7.6 billion people. So in my view, this important question really is important for two reasons. And one, it helps you realize that the vast majority of work being done in the world is really what I would describe as derivative work. It's copying and iterating on things that the world has already seen. But what really moves the world forward is original work, and that's doing brand new things that the world hasn't seen before. And the second thing I would point out about this question is that it makes you realize that oftentimes new ideas, they're non-conventional, they're contrarian. And so the question speaks to one of the hardships of doing original work, and that's that you're going against the grain of society. After all, it's asking you what very few people agree with you on. So in that sense, you're really on your own. So before we start our journey, I want to take a moment and have you try to answer that question for yourself. What important truth do very few people agree with you on? And I'm going to pause here for dramatic effect because I really do want you to take a moment and think about what that would be. So I'm going to count to 20 in my head and give it a thought. Okay, so hold on to that thought because we're going to return to it later. It winds up that Thiel's really hard question is tied to the single best piece of advice I received in my career. And that advice was about technology waves. And I want to share a few things I've learned along the way. But my true aim is to try to get you excited about this topic, because in that excitement, one of you very well could change the world. Along this journey, we're going to meet my father, a philosopher, professor, a CEO, and some billionaire founders who have shaped the way that I think about waves. So the journey starts with this guy. This is my dad. My dad, like his father, was a serial entrepreneur. He started 4 technology companies. This picture comes when he was a senior at university. He was a math major. He got hired as an early software engineer by IBM at the dawning of the mainframe era. So he learned a tremendous power of new technology waves that can both destroy an incumbent and give birth to new companies. And he saw this when computing shifted from mainframes to mini computers to personal computers, and all within a very short period of time. So when I graduated from college, I wanted to be a tech entrepreneur like my dad, and my father was my mentor. And I remember when I was searching for my first job, he said, if you want to be in technology, just stay in front of the waves. And in his mind, it was just as easy to step on an elevator going up as it was to step on an elevator going down. So I took his advice to heart, and I read as much as I could about technology. And there was this book by Thomas Kuhn called The Structure of Scientific Revolutions. It was written in 1962, and it really stood out to me. If you do pick it up, I'm going to warn you, it does not read like a New York Times bestseller. It is a little bit dry, but in there, he talked about these waves that my dad had told me about, but he was looking at science and not technology. So if you've ever heard the term the paradigm shift, that was Kuhn who popularized it 50 years ago. In fact, in Silicon Valley, if you were here in the late 1990s during the dot-com boom and that whole crash that happened, you would have heard entrepreneurs and VCs running around spending tens of millions of dollars saying, we got to do this, we got to do that, because we got to be in front of this paradigm shift. And it was the term du jour of that whole era. But in his book, he describes how science goes through these long periods of what he calls normal science, but then there'll be a period where a crisis happens. And in that crisis, you start to refute the old models and the old way of thinking. So a revolution occurs and this new paradigm emerges and a new normal science sets in. So he describes the normal science as these puzzle solving periods, and you work to iterate on the broad theory without questioning or challenging the bigger underlying assumptions of that theory. In grade school, for example, you may have learned about scientific revolutions. For example, you may have studied the Copernican revolution, where Copernicus dares to challenge that the sun, moon, planet, and stars don't all revolve around the Earth. And he presents evidence which has us move from a geocentric to a heliocentric understanding of the universe. But this happens in history at different points, whether it be in astronomy, biology, physics, medicine. They're all upended by people like Newton, Darwin, Pasteur, Einstein, Feynman in particle physics, and so on and so forth. So I want you to look carefully at this line, and what do you notice? And if you're really astute, you'll notice that Kuhn's scientific revolutions, they look a lot like technology S-curves. And the S-curve is showing how innovation is adopted. So if you don't know about S-curve, you'll want to pay attention to this part, because it's something that affects anyone that's doing work in the technology industry. So first off, I would point out that I do find it fascinating that at the point in which Kuhn was writing about the structure of scientific revolutions, another guy, Professor Everett Rogers, he publishes his book on the diffusion of innovation. And he basically describes the whole S-curve, or the technology adoption curve, and both hit the bookshelves in 1962. So if you haven't seen these two curves on the screen right now, let me describe them to you. The blue line shows this normal distribution. It's showing how new ideas are adopted. First are the innovators, then early adopters, early majority, late majority, and then laggards. So for most of my life, I thought this concept came from Geoffrey Moore, who wrote a great book called Crossing the Chasm, which is a must read if you're a young tech wannabe to understand kind of the how diffusion of tech happens. But any new technology, take Facebook as an example. There's the early adopters that started in a college university setting, and then comes the early majority, and then the late majority as it starts to bring in the whole population of the world. And then you have laggards that are getting onto Facebook now. And that's the concept there. It winds up that this guy in the lower portion of your screen, Professor Everett Rogers, he grew up on a farm, and he was talking about the adoption of corn, of hybrid corn seed, and how it was adopted by innovative farmers. And then came the early adopters, then the early majority, and so on and so forth. And then that red line, which is the S-curve, that's just the cumulative normal, or the cumulative distribution of that normal curve. So by the time the laggards adopt the new innovation, 100% of the target people will have adopted that new technology. And this really brings it to life. I love this picture. If you look here, what it's showing you is the technology adoption curves. It's showing you these S-curves of different technology over these long, multiple decades of time. If you look up in the upper right, you see this blue line as an example, which is the telephone. So it takes the telephone over 50 years to reach 90% of the population. And what's most interesting to me is if you look over at the far right, which is closer in time to the present time, you see that these S-curves, they get steeper and flatter, meaning that they go from zero adoption to large portions of society adopting it very quickly. And that has a lot to do with the internet and broadband and the speed of getting an innovation out into the hands of people. So Kuhn and Rogers helped me understand that advice that my dad had given. You can see me here off to the side. This is when I graduated from college. My dad was just keeping it really simple. Technology comes in waves, always be in front of the new wave, and keep an eye out for these transition periods between waves. Those are these dots in yellow because they don't come up that often. So now I want to share with you a few stories on just the sheer power of missing or catching a wave. And we are, the first story is a very personal story and a very painful story. And it was when I was at Yahoo during their early days of the internet. We had this amazing brand. Business and the stock price was on fire. All of that was because we perfectly caught the internet wave. As the internet emerged, there was a need for a portal, and the Yahoo front page and properties like news, finance, music, entertainment, they helped people navigate this brand new chaotic early web. But then over a 15-year period, Yahoo consistently missed every chance to extend its life by jumping on a new technology wave. So we saw the market cap of this company go from 112 billion down to 4.8 billion as it was sold to Verizon a couple of years back. You know, for example, Yahoo had an opportunity to jump on the search wave in 2002. Larry and Sergey were willing to sell Google to Yahoo for $5 million, but that was too much money at that point. Or in 2006, Yahoo had offered Mark Zuckerberg $1 billion for Facebook, but then it got cold feet. And then came the mobile wave, and then came the streaming media wave with Netflix. All of these would have been within the realm of what Yahoo could have and should have pursued. All of these innovations were essentially what disrupted the portal. But what happened is we took half measures, and now Yahoo is essentially a cash cow sitting in a phone company. Here's another example. It's a story of a miss, and instead of using a technology S-curve, I'm going to show you in a stock price curve. In 2000, Intel and Microsoft were juggernauts. It was called Wintel for their dominance in the computer industry. And it was the Intel chips in the personal computer, and then it was the operating system that Microsoft had created. And this monopoly was so strong that Microsoft even got sued by the US government for antitrust violations. But then look at what happens around 2007 with the introduction of the iPhone. Intel misses its chance to bring ARMS chips to the phones, and Apple cashes in on it. And then later in 2016, Intel misses the importance of the GPU chip. And that chip is what drives the gaming industry, AI, Bitcoin revolutions. So their market cap gets cut in half, but then has bounced back most recently. So you can see the devastation of not being in front of a wave, even if you were the king of a previous wave. The antithesis of missing a wave is my friend Reid Hoffman. Reid is the founder of LinkedIn, and he's arguably the most successful angel investor in the past decade. He's invested in 54 companies with 34 exits. This is like the Hall of Fame of batting averages. And he really has this sixth sense for identifying these transitions from one S-curve to the other. He invested in PayPal, LinkedIn, Facebook, Zynga, Airbnb, and so on and so forth. And I remember back in 2010, Reid had invested in Airbnb, the Series A. When Reid first told me about this investment, I was like, wait, so random people, they're going to sleep on my couch, they're going to use my toilet and my kitchen, and that's like a good idea. Like that's going to be a big thing. And of course, it is a big thing. Even his partner, when they came in to make the investment, when you're a VC, Greylock, you have to pitch the partners and say, hey, I want to invest in this company. Here's the investment thesis. So Reed came in, and David Z is incredibly smart venture capitalist and investor in LinkedIn. And even David Z tells a story where when Reed presented Airbnb to the investment committee, David said to him, every VC has a deal that they can fail on, and Airbnb can be yours. And again, Airbnb is just really changed the way that we think about traveling. That's a little bit about Reed. Now, what I thought we would do is change our attention to what can you do to catch a wave? And there's a certain mindset in creating a wave. And if you studied it long enough, there's probably like a half a dozen different character traits of innovators and how they catch a wave. But I want to focus on 3 that I've noticed of people starting and identifying waves. I want you to take a look at this picture. What do you see? Did you see a rabbit or did you see a duck? And the point I want to make with the rabbit duck illusion is when everyone is shown the same data, a special few people will be able to spot something that everyone else missed. And then even fewer will take that secret and they'll act on it. For example, naturalists, geologists, biologists, they've been around for centuries, but it took Darwin to explain the theory of evolution in his book on the origin of species, right? So this first point I'm trying to make is you have to be really comfortable as a contrarian. There's this famous investor, Howard Marks. He started Oak Tree Capital, and many famous VCs and investors like Bill Gurley and Warren Buffett, they love reading his investor updates, and so do I. And one of the most important point that Marks makes is that outsized investor returns, they generally accrue to contrarian investors. And he shows this little truth table here, which is essentially saying you can be accurate or inaccurate about your investment thesis. And you can either be following the pack, which is a consensus view, or you can have a non-consensus view. And he basically says, look, if your consensus and information's accurate, everyone's going to do pretty well, but no one's going to do extraordinary because it was already built into the price of the investment. And the same is true if it winds up to not be a good investment, but the whole pack was led to believe it was going to be good. It's going to be average. It's when you have someone that's both accurate and non-consensus where you really make outlandish returns. The second point that I want to make is that I want to dispel this Western belief that the lone superhero genius are the creators of these S-curves. The movie industry loves the story of the superhero or the lone protagonist saving the world or making important scientific discoveries. Again, it's just not true in real life. Innovation is most often the outcome of a small group of people attacking an idea to make the edges smooth on the outside of it. And I call this creative confrontation because you have to be in a trusting environment, working an idea and be completely intellectually honest with the people working on that idea. If it's crap, then say it's crap and try to find another way. This is why I love working at Atlassian, because it has this culture of sparring. Many of our best innovations have come from our founders sparring with different sets of people across our company and with each other. But there's lots of examples of this creative collaboration, from Jobs and Wozniak and later Jobs and Johnny Ives, or Gates and Allens, and even our own founders, Mike and Scott. I read this book. So that's the second thing that I would call a creative confrontation. Then the third thing is I want you to focus on right brain and left brain thinking. I read this book by Daniel Pink, A Whole New Brain, and it argues that in the coming decades, the right brain will be more important to business than the left brain. Remember, the left brain is sequential, logical, analytical. The right brain is nonlinear, intuitive, holistic. So it's the right brain is the big picture, and the left brain is the 1,000 words. Think of it that way. And this struck me after reading an article in The Atlantic by the CEO of Intel, Paul Otellini, who was at the helm at Intel during all those misses that I showed you a few slides back. Back in 2005, Steve Jobs visited Intel and said, hey, we're coming out with this new phone. I want Intel to make all the chips. And Ottolini's team, they ran all these numbers and they came back and they said no. They saw the probabilities, but not the possibilities of what this new mobile era could look like. And so Ottolini makes an amazing confession in this article. And he says he should have really used his right brain. He said, quote, "The lesson I took away from that was, while we like to speak with data around here, so many times in my career, I ended up making decisions with my gut, and I should have followed my gut. My gut told me to say yes." And finally, I want to just give you a quick example of how Atlassian got formed and the waves that our company is built off of. Our company is built off of two waves, really. We were early in Agile, so moving from a way of developing software from waterfall to an Agile movement. And we were bottoms up in the SaaS wave. So we believe that people should use software before they buy it. We created a value-priced offering so that there could be a self-serve flywheel. So it's a little bit of our history and how our company got created by waves. But I want to ask you the question of what new wave should you be following in your company? And with that, it brings us back to Teal's really hard question, because in the right answer to this question, you could very well be in front of a wave. So with that, thank you for spending a little bit of time with me and learning about an important question and concept that has really shaped the way that that I think about my work.
Jeff, that's fascinating, seeing the power of the S-curve and the fact that the S-curve is getting more and more steeper. And I think about products that, social products that are launched recently, like Clubhouse went from 1 to 10 million users in a month.
Yes.
It took Facebook 2 years to do that. So the audio wave potentially is coming. This is fascinating, and I'm really glad you shared this because I don't see it nearly being shared enough with product managers. My question to you is that you have amped up the motivation so much to understand waves. Is that the question is, how do product managers figure out the next wave in their craft, in their industry, or in society? Is there any tips that you can give there?
Yeah, I would go back to the presentation. I think there's at least three things to be thinking about. Is one is that contrarian concept. Just being willing to be a contrarian. A lot of times people will come up with an idea and they'll take it to their friends, and their friends will say, well, that's a dumb idea. And they'll immediately park it thinking that, oh, well, if my friend doesn't think it's a good idea, therefore it's not a good idea. Those are actually where things get interesting. So if you take it to someone smart and they say, oh, that's not a good idea, or even better yet, if they say maybe, then you very well could be on to something that is a bigger wave. I think opening up your mind, using your whole mind, your right and your left brain is really important. But it's not easy, right? If it were easy, we would all do it. I think in hindsight, you tend to be able to identify these ways. If you look at AI as an example right now, we're probably in a phase where it's closer to what the phone looked like in 2007. So if you look at the phone, mobile phones were really worked on since the late 90s. And for a whole stretch of time, they're just not going anywhere. That dream of the phone, the wave isn't coming. And then these conditions hit perfectly with introduction of the iPhone in 2007, and then it really blossoms from there, and it moves out, and Android comes, and you see this wide scale adoption. So if you're like working on the mobile phone between the late 90s and before 2007, you're probably thinking like, I know there's a wave here, but I'm not getting any traction. And AI is probably at this point where it's been around for decades. And it's just now that you're probably in that 2007 moment where people are realizing, oh, a bunch of this stuff actually is working. and I am able to anticipate things. So it's easier to spot these in hindsight, right?
Yeah.
The trick is to be in front of it. And you probably the best piece of advice I would give is you're going to be uncomfortable because there's going to be a lot of people telling you no. There's going to be a lot of people telling you that this is a dumb idea or it's stupid. But then over time, if you're right, they'll come to celebrate your genius.
Yeah. And adding to that, as a product leader in a company, if you are investing in a wave and you're getting this you go through your financing and budgeting and you try to allocate some funds to it, and you get this onslaught of negativity on like, well, how is that ever going to be possible? What advice do you have for product leaders that have done their homework, they feel they can get in front of a wave and ask for capital to invest in that?
Yeah. One of the things that we do at Atlassian is we talk about different horizons, investment horizons. If you think about a product leader, they're essentially running an investment portfolio. And if you look at any investment portfolio theory, there are these trade-offs between risk and reward. So you essentially do that by saying, hey, I'm going to invest a big bulk of our investment capital in the core innovation, the core product that we have, and making that better. And then I'm going to invest another amount in what we call adjacent markets. So they're similar to the core, but they're adjacent. And then that third area is oftentimes what we would say, those are venture bets. And that might be a brand new wave. So I think when you adopt that language of portfolio allocation, it helps you put things in perspective, because immediately people inside the company, especially on your finance team, would be like, holy crap, we can't invest, all of our money over here because that's such a high beta. Like, what if it doesn't work out? We will have lost the company on that. If you read Google, LinkedIn, even Atlassian, they generally run these 70-20-10 portfolios. So 70% of the R&D investment goes in the core product, 20% goes into adjacent products, which are, again, new products for probably the same audience that you're going after. And then they have this venture portion of the portfolio where it's crazy. If you look at venture odds, you can go to the VC industry and you'll see that 1 in 10 of those is a blockbuster idea. It's essentially got in front of a big wave. 2 of those might be, a single or a double, and then the rest of those fail. So they're by design, they have a really high failure rate. So you have to also set the expectation with your leadership that in that piece of the portfolio, the reason why we don't invest all of our money there is because we have a high failure rate, but we also, in success, it will be like winning the lottery. So I find that portfolio allocation discussion to be a helpful way to skirt that or to broach that topic.
Thank you so much, Joff, for taking the time to share your knowledge with us today. The framework that you shared around getting in front of waves was so important. The example that you shared of Yahoo missing the waves and the consequences of that is a sign for all product managers and product leaders to really get in front of waves and to take this seriously. Folks, please give Jeff a big virtual round of applause. We'll be back for additional talks. Don't go away. Jeff, thank you so much for your time today.
Awesome. Thanks, Mo, for having me.
Awesome. Thanks so
Cheers.
much. Welcome, everyone, to our next talk as part of CPO Mastery Conference, where we're joined by Surojit Chatterjee, who is the Chief Product Officer at Coinbase. Our talk today will focus on 3 themes: the role of product in enabling disruptive technologies, core PM skill set, and navigating your product career. Surojit, welcome. It's great to have you here.
Thank you so much. Super excited to be here as well, Mo.
Awesome. I'd love to kick it off by learning a little bit about your journey in product. You've held product leadership roles at Google, Flipkart, and now Coinbase. Could you please briefly share what you did at Google, Flipkart, and a little bit of a snapshot of your current role at Coinbase?
Absolutely, very happy to. So let me start with Google. I spent over 12 years at Google. Did a couple of different things. I founded and led Google's mobile search ads product and team, and also led Google's shopping team. Both businesses grows tens of billions of dollars in revenue for Google. So very lucky to have led some of the biggest businesses at Google. At Flipkart, I led product design and product operations teams. And Coinbase, my role is very similar. I lead our product team, design team, and what we call strategic programs or program management as well.
What excites you about the crypto space, and why did you decide to move to this space from Google?
Look, when I worked at Google and I worked on ad side of Google almost the entire time, I felt I was doing something to change the world. Google Ads was democratizing advertising. And as you know, advertising was dominated by, before Google came in, kind of suit-wearing Madison Avenue folks. And crypto, when I looked at crypto democratizes all of finance. And I kind of like it when the nerds win. So that was my inspiration.
Awesome. We've seen an explosion of interest in the crypto space, and this is amplified by companies like Tesla and MasterCard expressing interest in the field. Where do you see the next phase of growth coming from in the crypto space?
Yeah, three areas in my mind. One, I think the institutional interest will continue to grow. We have seen last year and a half, a lot of institutions have invested in crypto, hedge funds, pension funds, corporations, endowment funds. And we are seeing increasing interest. The whole industry is seeing interest from institutions. Number two, I think DeFi or decentralized finance is already on a tear, already over $40 billion of value locked in DeFi protocols. So I think that will continue to drive growth in crypto. And then the last thing I think is crypto is going to enter more of a utility phase. Traditionally it has been an investment vehicle, a vehicle for hedging against inflation and so forth. But you can just see Tesla just announced they will accept Bitcoin for Tesla purchases. MasterCard is working on crypto. Visa is working on crypto. So we'll see more of those payments, commerce use cases. We are seeing remittances. There is movement in remittances space, and there can be disruptive product built on crypto for remittance, making remittances easier. And people are tokenizing everything from art and other like real estate and so forth. So all of this innovation will bring crypto more to its kind of real utility phase that originally people had imagined it would do. And I'm very excited about that.
Awesome. Now moving on to our module on core product management skills. You've had the opportunity to hire and develop many PMs. What sets apart the strongest PMs from the rest?
Great question. I think of three things. First, great PMs must have an obsession for building better customer experience, period. Like user experience, customer experience should trump everything. Second, they must have this ability to inspire people with their vision and at the same time be flexible enough to go into the details. So I kind of think about this as, like United States Marines or something. You can fly the airplane and jump into the ground for hand-to-hand combat when needed. And then third thing is strong collaboration and influencing skills. Product managers often don't manage a lot of people. They influence people. They get work done through their influencing skill, collaboration skills. So that is absolutely essential. So obsession with customer experience, inspire and get into details, and strong collaboration.
Awesome, love it. Now, when you think about what key metric do you use to measure the success of product teams at Coinbase? How do you know the teams are doing well? Do you subscribe to the philosophy of the North Star metric? And if so, what is Coinbase's North Star?
going back to the obsession with the user, the metrics we look at are all user adoption type metrics. So things like verified users, monthly transacting users. We look at trading volume, so that tells us how users are interacting with our platform, assets on platform. So those are some of the key metrics. Of course, every team also focus on a set of what I call input and output metrics. Because, if you look at, for example, conversion as a metric, that's an output metric. You need to really focus on the drivers of conversion. Same with revenue, which is an output metric. And this was kind of championed by Amazon and others in the early days, the whole concept of input and output metrics. We also set quarterly goals. So we call them OKRs. This is Google and other companies in the Valley have championed the concept of OKRs, objectives and key results. So we set quarterly OKRs and then review those mid-quarter and end of quarter. That kind of tells us how the teams are doing. One of the tricks in setting OKR is to set very ambitious OKR and be kind of slightly more lenient in grading. So we do this thing where, and this is something that Google also uses actually. If you set very ambitious OKR and if you achieve at least 70% of it, we still think you did great, and it's still green. And that has actually really helped us keep pushing the bar higher and higher. And then the final thing on subscribing to North Star philosophy, Coinbase is a very mission-oriented company. And our mission is to create an open financial system for everyone in the world. So absolutely, we always think through what is the long-term goal when we are building a product, and why are we building it? So that's a question we are always trying to first hone in on. Why are we building this product? It should not be just for a tactical reason. There should be a long-term purpose to it. It should connect to our vision and mission as a company.
Yeah, it's very unique. Coinbase's career page has a 16-minute video on the vision, which I thought was very unique. Now, moving on to our next module on disruptive technologies. When thinking about the portfolio of bets that you're making at Coinbase, how do you think about allocating resources to existing products versus new innovations? And is that portfolio mix different at Coinbase as opposed to your previous companies?
Yeah, so we use a 70-20-10 framework, which I think many tech companies probably use. What it means is 70% of the resources are dedicated to core products that already have product market fit, already in the market, but we still need to keep working on them. 20% is for strategic products, and then 10% for venture bets. So that's kind of roughly our product portfolio allocation. Of course, it's rough numbers. It can be 65 or 60, not 70, and so on. In other companies, I used a very similar framework at Google. In fact, Google famously talks about the 70-20-10 framework as well. And then when I was at Flipkart, I found this framework it's very useful. It's very simple. I'm a huge fan for simplicity. There are, of course, a lot more complex stuff you can do, and then nobody kind of understands them after a while. So keep it simple, and that has worked for me.
Awesome. I love the simplicity of it. And I love that you've tried it at various companies and it's been working quite well at all these major companies. So launching and scaling category defining products from scratch isn't easy. How do you keep your teams motivated to work towards a product vision?
Yeah, and a great question. And this is probably very relevant for crypto and Coinbase. As you know, crypto kind of goes through ups and down cycles. Yeah. So now crypto is doing really well. Bitcoin prices are going high. I'm sure there'll be a crypto winter waiting somewhere in the corner in the future. And it's the nature of markets. Every market goes through ups and downs. So there's nothing unusual. I think the key is to make sure that people understand what they're working on is for a longer term purpose. So I always try to make sure our product vision is tied to that higher purpose. And that's really For us, it's our company's vision to create more economic freedom for everyone in the world. That's kind of a time, if you think about it, it's a little bit of a timeless vision. Right? It reminds me of Google's mission as well, right? Organizing world's information and make it useful and accessible, also a timeless mission. I think companies that have this kind of timeless vision or mission, it helps people to get through intermittent ups and downs and keep focusing on that long-term goal. And that's what I have seen at Coinbase as well. People are inspired towards that longer-term vision and mission we have, and they can, there will be a high day and a low day, just like every startup goes through, and you have to kind of take it on your stride and keep focusing on scale.
I love that. So have a timeless mission to get you through the peaks and valleys, because they will happen for sure.
Absolutely.
So many companies struggle with alignment and making sure that all the teams are pointing in the right direction. You've managed teams of 1,000+ employees. What are some best practices that you use to make sure that everyone's aligned on the right direction?
Yeah, I'll give you 3 points, 3 things. First, and most important probably, you absolutely have to start with why. And that why is a common sense of purpose that everybody understands and everybody can repeat in the company. And I talked about our why, our vision and mission. I'll give you examples. For example, in my previous companies like Flipkart or Google, at Flipkart, it was about giving access to a wide selection of products to over a billion people, finding the best prices and wide selection of products. And that was a higher mission, and that kept the team aligned. At Google, of course, Google's overarching mission of organizing world's information, but then in the ads team, it was about democratizing advertising. And that was a purpose that kept people together. And Coinbase, we are working on creating more economic freedom for the world. I think this is very important, and you have to keep repeating that also in every opportunity you get internally. It's actually interesting how many times you have to actually keep saying it, even though it seems a little stale after you say a few times in the company. But your employees need to feel that you are really living up to that mission and vision. Number 2 in my mind is you have to help the team connect the dots with clear communication. So every team is working on some parts of the product, and you have to, as a leader, be able to articulate how your product portfolio come together and help make progress towards that one common purpose. So, and again, communication is the key. So for example, we do an all hands with my entire team every month, where not just me, but team members and leads, they do product demos and talk about product innovation, and again, try to connect those dots and how all the products we are building connect to the purpose. And then we do quarterly OKR planning, and that also helps teams aligned. And then the last thing I'll mention, number 3, is you have to really demonstrate you deeply care. And you have to care and demonstrate that you care. And by that, what I mean is you have to care about, 1, your users of the product, and 2, you have to care about the people building the product. And people can tell if you truly care or you are just making it up or going through the motions. And if they see you care both about the product and the users and the people building the product, they get energized and come together.
Amazing. Thank you for sharing that. Moving to the last portion around general career advice for product managers. So looking back, what's led you to be successful in your career? What advice do you have for product managers that are early in their career?
All right. I'll talk about a couple of things. First, try out something new and reinvent yourself every few years. this is really important. So it can be a new job, it can be a new role in the same company, but as long as you are learning something new every few years, you know you are on the right path. Do not worry about the exact compensation or the title or other things. Focus on learning something new. I know this sounds cliched, but that has actually worked for me. I'll say number 2 is a certain amount of grit is really important. Resilience is really important, because every success, and by the way, success is always relative, but whatever we call success is always preceded by far more failures. I mean, I've had many. We can talk about them another time. It'll take many hours probably. But you have to have the ability to bounce back, learn from your mistakes. So that's really, really important. And I'll say the last thing here is be generous with your time with others, and kind of as generous as possible. What I mean by that is always think how you can add value to others without expecting anything in return. Some people call it networking. I think of networking is not just talking to people, but actually committing to helping people. Because the relationships you build through generously helping people is the ones that will carry you through your career in unexpected ways. And that has happened to me in many, many occasions. And my wife always jokes with me that I have this extracurricular every weekend, that there will be few of my previous employees or colleagues or acquaintances will call me, ask for career advice, or they want to hire people, some help, whatever it is. And all of this is may seem like, oh, it's just a waste of time. It is not. It comes back to you. And the important thing is you don't count how many times you helped whom. You need to just be open and generous, and it will happen. It'll come back to you in some way.
Amazing. It's so refreshing to hear such a senior leader like yourself doing that and practicing that, and obviously doing this talk for the future product leaders. So if you look back at your career, knowing what you know now, how would you do things differently as a product leader?
Yeah, great question. I think the first thing will be just be more patient while hiring and wait for the best person to come along. I've seen every time I have hired someone, but there was not a, what we call a hell yes in the room, like amongst the interviewers. And people are kind of okay, and it's okay, let's hire because we need someone in the role quickly. Every time I have done that, I've kind of suffered through it, because it has not worked out well. So hire great people and be patient to find the right person for the role. I'd say number 2 is try more crazy ideas. The 10% venture bet that I talked about earlier, the 70-20-10 framework, the 10% is very important. Often what ends up happening, people start with that 70-20-10, and then there are emergencies and there's a lot of pressure, resource crunch. So they will put their hand into that 10 bucket and say, oh, we'll push it out by 3 more months. It's okay. Let's pause all the 10% projects for now. And then 3 months becomes 6 months and a year and so on. They never do it. But I have seen that some of the greatest unexpected hits come out of those investments. So never compromise on that 10%, and if possible, make it a little bit higher if you can. So those are the things that probably I would go back and do slightly more differently. So
Great, awesome. So last question is, what do you see the future of product management is in your view? Are there any trends you think PMs should keep an eye out for?
Yeah, few things. First, I think product is increasingly going to become de facto in the C-suite, and not just for tech companies. Of course, in tech companies, product always had an important role in the company. But I think even other companies you'll see in consumer product, packaged goods or other companies, product is increasingly take a more important role. And the reason for that is I think companies are realizing that product-led growth is more sustainable than purely marketing and sales-led growth. And you can see great examples are like Tesla. The product is good, and it's a product-led growth rather than running great ads and spending a lot of money in marketing. Of course, marketing is important. I love our marketing friends, but I think increasingly we'll see product-led growth, revenue growth. Second, and this is more of a wish rather than it may be a trend. I think there will be more, or there is need for more formal product management training and courses. I know CMU, I think, has a course on product management, like a degree, but there are not too many formal courses on product management today. It's such a multidisciplinary area. Like it cuts across engineering, design, like psychology, data science, marketing, and many other things that it probably needs a little bit of a formal education or training of its own. And I think that will happen. And then the last one is, I am again seeing some trends, but more of a wish list probably. We need better tools for product managers. So one of my pet peeves is that there is no good tool in the market today to manage all the launches we do. At Google, there was a LaunchCal internally built tool, actually, which was pretty good. But most companies struggle through it because you need, how do you know, for example, how do you keep track that legal, compliance, security all approved every launch? And when you're a multi-product company, so again, you can manage it through spreadsheets and documents, but it becomes unmanageable. And that's just one example. As we go into this kind of a remote world, working remotely, given that product management is a highly collaborative function, like you have to work with, by the nature of the job, with everyone in the company, I think there'll be more interesting, useful collaboration tools will emerge that help product managers.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Surojit, for taking the time to share your knowledge with us today. I'd like to thank our global audience who've tuned in from around the world. And I'd like for our audience to give Surojit a big virtual round of applause. Thank you, Surojit.
Thank you so much.
We'll be back for additional talks. Don't go anywhere. And thanks so much, Surojit, for your time again. See ya.
Hi everyone, welcome to the what and why of continuous discovery. I'm Teresa Torres. I work as a product discovery coach. Fortunately, I've been lucky to work with teams all over the world, some at early stage startups as small as 2 founders, up to really large multinational companies with hundreds of thousands of employees. What's great about this is that I've been able to collect best practices and really iterate on techniques that have helped teams adopt a continuous discovery cadence. And that's what we're going to talk about today. Really, what is continuous discovery and why does it matter? So we're going to start at the very beginning. I like to just define discovery, and the easiest way to do this is in contrast to delivery. So all product teams have to discover what to build, and they also have to deliver that product. So we look at discovery as all the activities that we're doing to decide what to build. So think about all the decisions that we're making. How are we making those decisions? What data are we collecting? Who are we interacting with? Whereas delivery is the work that we're doing to build and ship scalable production quality products. Now, most of us, especially in the last 20 years, we've seen a big evolution in product discovery practices, and most of us are getting to the point where we're starting to adopt modern techniques, where we're interviewing customers, we're usability testing our designs, maybe we're A/B testing a feature once we release it. This is great. We're seeing a dramatic improvement in the way that teams make decisions about what to build. But as we see our delivery practices move more towards a continuous cadence, where we're continuously deploying code to customers, we're seeing the same shift happening in discovery, where we start to shift from a project mindset, where we do a bunch of discovery up front, and then we rely on that discovery while we implement that project. We're seeing teams shift to a more continuous mindset with discovery as well. Whereas instead of doing discovery up front, we're doing discovery continuously at the initiation of the project or product, all the way through as we develop our first iterations and then continue to iterate from there. Now, this shift from a project mindset to a continuous mindset, I think, is particularly important because we're seeing that with digital products, they're never done, right? We ship a mobile product, we iterate on it, we update it. With our websites, we're constantly evolving our products and services. We see this even in SaaS software, right? It's continuously evolving. And even in software that is off-premise, outside of our building, like hospital software, software in your cars, we're getting to the point where it's easier and easier to update that software over time. And so our jobs are never done. And so with this continuous development of products, we're looking at how do we adopt a continuous discovery model to make sure that we're always building the right things. And 2020 was a really good lesson in why this is so important. So we're probably not going to face global pandemics every year of our lives, hopefully. But we did see pretty big shifts in the market in 2020, where suddenly a lot of people started working from home, different needs rose to the top. For teams that had a continuous cadence of discovery, they were able to quickly adapt to these changes in the marketplace. Now, like I said, hopefully we're not going to see global pandemics every year, but our markets can be disrupted all the time. We see new competitors enter the field. We see technology disrupt what's possible. We see as we release every new version of our product, our customers' needs, pain points, and desires evolve as our product evolves. And this is really the argument for why a continuous cadence matters so much. Now, I know from working with teams that a lot of teams think they've already adopted a continuous cadence, when really what they're doing is project-based discovery. So I want to start with a really clear definition of what it is I mean by continuous discovery. So I define continuous discovery as, at a minimum, weekly touch points with your customers by the team building the product, where that team is conducting small research activities in pursuit of a desired product outcome. Now, each line of this definition is pretty critical, so we're going to break it down line by line. We're going to start with this first one. Why do we need to engage with customers every week? So most of us on product teams are making product decisions every day. Some of them are big strategic decisions, like what goes on our roadmap, what customers are we going to serve, what opportunities are we going to pursue. Others are smaller, more daily decisions, like where do we expose this feature in the interface, or what do we label this button? We're also making sort of medium-sized decisions. How should the data model work? What should be exposed through the API? These are all decisions that can benefit from customer input. The more that we engage with our customers, the more that we keep this continuous drip of interaction with them, the more likely we're going to get feedback on most of these decisions. Whereas what we do in a project world is we tend to do a bunch of project research before those big strategic decisions, and then we just do the best we can on those daily little decisions. Whereas if we talk with our customers every week, it allows us to engage with our customers continuously. It allows us to get feedback on many more of our decisions. And it's not just more of the decisions, it's that we're able to get feedback much earlier in the process. So a lot of us have adopted what I call a validation mindset, where we do most of the work up front. When we're all done, when we've got the prototype ready to go, we've designed everything, we put it in front of customers and we validate, did we get it right? The challenge with the validation mindset, we do need to do that validation research, but the challenge is we're often getting feedback too late, right? At the point that we're getting feedback, our engineers are waiting for it to go into the next sprint. We have very little time to make changes, and we tend to just make the small cosmetic changes, and we don't have time to make the big changes that would dramatically improve the product based on our customers' feedback. So what I like to see teams do is actually get feedback on their ideas when they're still half-baked, when they're still pencil drawings or whiteboard drawings. And this can feel a little uncomfortable until you get used to it. But teams that do this, they start to co-create with customers. They start to adopt what I call a co-creation mindset, where we're inviting our customers to create with us. Now, inevitably, when I share this, somebody brings up that Henry Ford quote of, if I had asked customers what they wanted, they would have said a faster horse. So I want to be really clear. We're not going to ask our customers, what should we build? The way that we're going to co-create with them is we're going to take our knowledge, our expertise about what's possible with technology, and combine it with our customers' knowledge about their own world, about their own needs, about their own pain points. And this combined knowledge is what's really going to empower us to create better products. So our customers do need to play a role, and they do need to play a role continuously, because that's what's going to ensure that we stay on track and that we keep building a product that's going to work for our customers over time. So that's our first line of this definition. The second is by the team building the product. So let's get into what I mean by this. It starts with this idea of a product trio. So this is becoming a more common model. Some people call it a triad. Some people call it a three-legged stool. It's this idea of the product manager, the design lead, and the tech lead being jointly responsible for those discovery decisions. So remember, discovery is just the work that we're doing to decide what to build. Now, historically, product managers have owned these decisions. They write up requirements, they hand them off to their designers. The designers do all the design work, and they hand them off to engineers. And the problem is we see a lot of rework in this handoff model. The designer gets the requirements, they run into some problems, the requirements have to evolve. The design's done, it gets handed to engineers, they run into challenges, and now we have to redo design and redo requirements. With a trio-based model, we're basically saying, let's have these three roles work together from the beginning. Let's have them drive our discovery decisions and jointly decide what to build. Now, you probably have more people on your team. Depending on your DevOps strategy, you probably have some QA folks on your team. You definitely have more engineers on your team. You might have some business folks. If you're working on a data-heavy product, you might have data analysts or data scientists on your team. If you have the luxury of a user researcher, they might be embedded on your team. Here's the thing. It can be easy to fall into the trap of let's include everybody in discovery. The problem with that is the more people involved in every decision, the slower you're going to go. So what we want to do when we think about this idea of a trio, it's not a hard and fast rule. Some teams, the trio is a quad. I want you to think about, the idea behind a trio is to have the cross-functional roles represented for each decision where they're needed. So in most discovery decisions, we need at least these three roles represented. But some of your discovery decisions, for example, if they're about your go-to-market strategy, you're trying to learn what's the best way to bring this product to market, you might invite your product marketing manager to be part of those conversations and part of those decisions. Or if you're working on your data model, you're probably going to invite your data analyst or your data scientist to be a part of those decisions. So this idea of a trio can flex. Just know that the more people you invite, the slower you're going to go. So think about bringing in the right people for the right decisions rather than having everybody in every decision. But we know that we want to see equal footing. We want true collaboration between the product manager and the designer and the tech lead. So that's your starting point. Make sure that those three people are driving your discovery decisions. Okay, so we've covered weekly touch points with customers by the team building the product. Let's talk about these last two lines. We're talking about conducting small research activities in pursuit of a desired product outcome. This is where we're going to get into the heart of the definition. And these two lines work really well together because when we talk about continuous discovery, if your understanding of an interview is an hour-long interview and you think when you interview, you've got to interview 12 people, you can't do that every week, right? That's not sustainable. So we got to turn our research activities into smaller bite-sized activities that we can do continuously over time. Same with, I see a lot of teams that forget that our job as product teams is to create customer value in a way that creates business value, right? So our job is not just to serve the customer, but to also serve the customer in a way that creates value for our business. And that's where this fourth line becomes so critical, is that we're not doing research for research's sake. We're doing research to help us reach our desired outcome. So let's talk about how we do this. I like to use this visual I created, which is called an opportunity solution tree. It's designed to help the trio chart out their best path to a desired outcome. So I argue that good discovery starts with a clear desired outcome. This is different from what a lot of teams do. A lot of product teams are still in a roadmap world where they start with a list of fixed outputs. That's an outcome-led way of doing product management, where they're just delivering outputs. What we've seen over the last 10 to 20 years is teams are shifting from an output mindset to an outcome mindset. Instead of saying, what things should we build? we're asking what impact should those things have? Now, I want to be clear, your desired outcome should represent a business need. Now, I do distinguish between business outcomes, which tends to be your financial metrics like increased revenue, grow market share, and product outcomes, which are metrics that measure behavior in the product, that if you drove those metrics would drive your business outcomes. So I want to see a product outcome at the top of your tree, but it needs to be, again, a product outcome is a metric that's measuring a behavior in your product, but it needs to be tied directly to a business outcome, one of those financial metrics that's creating value for the business. This is going to ensure that your team is not just creating customer value, but is creating customer value that drives business value. Now, once we have an outcome in place, we need to discover the opportunities that will drive that outcome. Opportunities are customer needs, pain points, and desires. So this is where we're looking at how do we create customer value. And again, there's lots of opportunities that we could address, but we're only going to consider the ones that have the potential to drive our desired outcome. This is a big deal because this is allowing us to resolve the tension between business needs and customer needs. So we see this all over the place where a product team is constantly having to decide what's more important, the business need or the customer need. An opportunity solution tree is going to help you resolve those, where you're looking at the customer needs that will drive those business needs. Once you discover those opportunities, you of course need to discover the solutions that will deliver on those opportunities, and we run experiments to help us figure out which solutions those should be. We're going to break this down even further. So we're going to start at the top. When we're setting an outcome, it should be a two-way negotiation between the product leader and the product team. So what do I mean by those terms? By product leader, I mean your chief product officer, your VP of product. If you're a really large company, it might be your head of your business unit. It's the product leader that has the across the business view of what the business needs right now. So the product leader is saying, given our strategic context, given our corporate company goals, this is what we need from you, product team, to deliver to create value for the business. Now, the product team, who's leading this negotiation is that product trio, the product manager, the designer, and the engineer. And they're communicating to the leader what they know about that outcome, what impact they think they can have on that outcome, and in what time period. Now, it's really important that this be a two-way negotiation because the team and the leader need to be aligned on the best way for that team to create value for the leader, for the business. Once that outcome is in place, we're going to start to kick off our continuous cadence. So we're going to look at a few core habits that are going to help teams chart their best path to a desired outcome. So reaching an outcome is a really undefined problem. It's wide open. And one of the best ways that we can add structure to this ill-structured problem is to start to map out the opportunity space. So again, opportunities are customer needs, pain points, and desires. I like to see teams interview to discover opportunities. There are other ways to discover opportunities. We hear about them from our sales teams and from our support tickets. If we have the luxury of observing our customers, we can uncover opportunities that way. But one of the easiest ways to have a continuous drip, continuously listening for opportunities, is to just interview at least one customer every week. And then remember, the goal of that interview is to uncover customer needs, pain points, and desires. This is different from what a lot of teams do. A lot of teams use their interviews to get feedback on their solutions. You're going to see in the later part of this talk, we're going to talk about a better way to get feedback on your solutions. So think about interviewing as a way to discover opportunities. Now, as we discover those opportunities, I encourage teams to take the time to map out the opportunity space. So visualize using this tree structure, what are all the opportunities you could consider pursuing to reach your desired outcome. This gives a team a big picture view of all the different paths that they could take. And this is what helps them make more strategic decisions. Now, to do this, to be able to take an inventory of all those opportunities, we need to start this critical habit of interviewing every week. And the reason why a lot of teams struggle with developing that habit is because they don't know how to recruit continuously, right? When we do project-based research, we can just send an email to 500 people and hope 12 respond, and then book 12 interviews over the next 2 weeks, and we're good. That's not sustainable. We can't do that week over week. So the key to making continuous interviewing work is you have to automate the recruiting process. Now there's a number of ways to do this. It's going to look a little bit different based on your industry, based on your product, based on your target customer. But I will remind you that I have put this into practice in a lot of organizational contexts. So I promise you there is a way to do it for your team. It's just going to take a little bit of experimentation and iteration. So one of the most common ways that works for the vast majority of products is to recruit people while they're visiting your product. So what does this mean? If you're a consumer company, if you're an enterprise SaaS company where people are in your product all day, every day, then you can recruit them while they're visiting your product or service. It's as simple as just popping up a message like you're seeing in the visual here, or you could do it in a more subtle way. You could include it in your newsletters. You could include it on their account page, just anywhere that your customer is going to see the ask while they're using your service. So what's happening here is we're just saying, hey, we'll give you a $20 Amazon gift card in exchange for 20 minutes of your time. The way to make this effective is to make a small ask in exchange for a large reward. So the example that you're looking at, Snag a Job, is a job board that focuses on retail workers and restaurant workers here in the US. These types of employees don't typically make $20 an hour, so giving them $20 for 20 minutes of their time is a small ask in exchange for a big reward. It's going to take some experimentation to get this offer right. So you're not going to just launch this and immediately get this continuous flow of participants. You're going to have to experiment a little bit, but this is one of the most effective ways to automate your recruiting process. Okay, let's look at the second way. If you're an enterprise company and your end users or your customers don't spend a lot of time in your product, what you're going to want to do is look at your customer-facing teams, your sales teams, your account management teams, your tech support teams, and start to look at how can you get them to help you recruit for interviews. So this can be as simple as define some triggers for them. If you talk to a customer that exhibits this behavior, ask them if they'll participate in an interview. The same criteria exists here. Have your support teams offer a big reward in exchange for a small ask. Now, for enterprise companies, cash is not usually an appropriate reward. A lot of employees can't take gifts, right? So you want to think about what can you offer that creates value. And this could be as simple as a discount on your product, a free month of your service, access to a premium helpline. You can invite them to a webinar that teaches them a new skill. There's a lot of ways to think about this, but you can use your customer-facing teams to help you recruit. Now, I have worked with a number of companies that have teeny tiny markets. Now, when I say teeny tiny markets, I mean they sell to movie studios in the US and there's 6 of them. Or they work with Canadian medical schools and there's only a few dozen of them. So if that's the case, if you're working with a teeny tiny market, what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to set up a customer advisory board. Now, don't think about this as a focus group. Think about you're building long-term relationships with your customers where you're engaging with them week over week, where you're working closely with them to develop your product. I still want you to meet with them one-on-one and to think about it as an interview, but you're basically setting up a long-term relationship with a small number of customers. Once you have your customers in the room, we got to look at how do we ask the right questions. Now remember, we're trying to uncover customer needs, customer pain points, customer desires. The number one thing I want you to avoid is speculation. So we tend to ask our customers who, what, why, how questions. These direct questions are challenging because all humans are pretty bad at answering them accurately. We're really bad at summarizing our own behavior. We're not quite sure what we do, how often or when. We don't actually know what our needs or pain points are. It's really hard for us to verbalize this. So what we want to do instead is we want to collect specific stories. We want to ask our customers about specific instances in which they do things. And so this could be as simple as if I work at Netflix, I might ask them, tell me about the last time you watched Netflix. If I work in an enterprise context, I might ask somebody, tell me about the last time you had to do this workflow. The key is to keep them grounded in that specific context so you start to collect reliable feedback. Those stories is what's going to help you identify those opportunities. Now, once you've started to map out the opportunity space, you're going to very quickly want to prioritize one of those target opportunities. This is a strategic decision. What customer needs do we want to address? You want to look at what are the ones that are most likely to drive your desired outcome. Once you have a target opportunity, you're going to generate as many solutions as you can. The reason for this is we want We want to work with sets of solutions. So we're comparing and contrasting our top solutions against each other. Now, most product teams are overwhelmed with ideas, but they're not overwhelmed with ideas for the same opportunity. That's the key difference. You're choosing a target opportunity, and then you're working with a set of solutions within that opportunity. Why does this matter? When we work with one idea at a time, we tend to set up what's called a whether or not decision, where we ask, is this idea good or not? The problem with this type of question is it sets us up for confirmation bias. We're going to see all the evidence that says our idea is good. We're going to miss all the evidence that says it might be flawed. So instead, we're going to set up a compare and contrast decision. We're going to say which of these ideas look like they're best for addressing this target opportunity. So remember, we're going to compare solutions that address the same target opportunity. And as we experiment, which we'll talk about in a minute, we're looking for a clear front runner. So what does that look like? This is a picture of Usain Bolt. I want you to keep this metaphor in mind. Usain Bolt at one point was the world's fastest 100-meter runner. If you saw him running around a track and I asked you, is he fast? That would be a hard question to answer. Is he fast relative to what? Is he fast relative to a cheetah? Probably not. Is he fast relative to a Tesla? In the first 100 meters, I actually want to see that race. I don't know who would win. But if I ask you, is he fast relative to other humans? The answer is clear. It's absolutely. He's definitely fast. And this is what we're looking for. We're looking for a clear front runner when we compare and contrast our solutions against each other. So how are we measuring them? That's our last habit, where what we're doing is we're going to break our solutions up into their underlying assumptions. That's what allows us to go from big project size experiments down to continuous bite-sized experiments. Testing assumptions is a lot faster than testing whole ideas. So what do I mean by assumptions? Each of our ideas is based on all kinds of assumptions. We have desirability assumptions. We're making assumptions about why our customers might want it, or are they willing to do what we need them to do. We're making assumptions about, is this good for our business? We're making assumptions about, is it even possible? We're making usability assumptions. Can people find it? Do they understand it? Can they use it? We're making ethical assumptions. Is there any potential harm in building this solution? There's a lot of types of assumptions. So what I recommend teams do is they take their top 3 ideas, they break them down into their underlying assumptions, and then they rapidly test those assumptions. And when I mean rapidly, I mean take 3 ideas on Monday, break them down into other underlying assumptions, take the top 2 assumptions from each idea, and collect data on all 6 in the same week, so that by Friday, you're able to start to look at which of these might be our front runner. So this really is a continuous fast cadence. Now we went through this really quickly. We started with defining a clear outcome. We talked about interviewing to discover opportunities. We talked about comparing and contrasting solutions by testing assumptions. There's a lot to get into here. And if you really want to learn more, I have a book out. It's called Continuous Discovery Habits. It's designed to be a product trio's guide to a structured and sustainable approach to continuous discovery. It's going to teach you how to adopt simple habits that you can do week over week that will help you run this entire process in a way that's sustainable, that you can do alongside your busy delivery schedule. If you want to learn more about this book, go to continuousdiscoveryhabits.com and you can get a nice overview. All right, thank you everybody. I would love to keep the conversation going. Feel free to learn more about me at producttalk.org or reach out on Twitter at ttorres. Thanks.
And the conference is a wrap. I want to begin by thanking all of the speakers who took the time out to share their knowledge, hard-earned insights, and wisdom with the next generation of product leaders. I also want to say a special thanks to our sponsor, Amplitude, for their support. And I want to thank each one of you, the attendees who joined the conference today. We had attendees from over 50 countries, and this is one of the largest gatherings of experienced product leaders. And we want to thank all of you guys for attending, tweeting, sharing what you learned with others. Although the talks are over, the conference and learning continues. We'll now head over to our roundtable and networking lounge, where you'll be joined by one of the leading thought leaders in product, Ibrahim Bashir. Ibrahim is the VP of Product at Amplitude, and he will be leading a thoughtful conversation around product strategy and growth, so be sure to check out that table. We'll also have a table dedicated to a product demo by Amplitude. This is not your typical boring demo. Patrick has been doing this for over 20 years, and he'll be diving into 3 use cases every product leader must know to measure the health of their product. So be sure to check out his table. Finally, we'll also have tables dedicated to open networking, so you can join any table, introduce yourself, and share what you learned today. Thank you so much for your attendance and engagement, and we look forward to seeing you over in the networking lounge.
you.